Hey, how you guys doing? I decided to try the low light compensation where you literally can just turn off all the lights in your house except for I have one across the way that lights my face up pretty much perfectly because of its position, but everything else has got a shadow. So, but anywho, I am going to end that music. I have a hard time listening to that kind of music. So I changed my channel's thumbnail to get rid of any, you know, World of Tanks stuff. Yeah, I gotta say, honestly, I really, out of all of my life, the thing I regret the most is putting money into a World of Tanks on console and on PC, just to have them go down the same exact path. They can make a lot of money right now. All they got to do is make a tank that is stronger than the other ones, you know, and then of course it only rewards the people that live near the server. Anybody else that lives away from the server just gets absolutely screwed over. You can't get any better. You could just get to a plateau, and those guys will always have an advantage. They don't even have to try. I've watched them playing, and it's what made me get so jaded. Honestly, when I started watching guys that have like a 20 ping or even a 15 ping, they can come around a corner, aim at a hatch, shoot it, and hit it. I'm sitting there aimed in for 3 seconds and miss fully aimed in, and it's because the I needed to wait 5 seconds. You know, it's just terrible. It's okay though. It's their loss because I probably would still be playing and buying the latest tanks and wasting my time playing that game if they hadn't have revealed their true colors. If you ask me, kind of popped me out of that garbage. You know. All right. So we are doing the main quest for the Thieves Guild right now. I do want to go, however. So we have to speak to Vex about Vlad. Or is that veiled? Shoot the mechanism to lower the ramp. Infiltrate Mercer's home. We gotta speak to
I
Vex.
can't believe this is happening, lass.
I do want to talk to Carlia as well.
I'm relieved Brynjolf has an open mind, or that could have gotten bloody.
I dare Mercer to come back here. He sets one foot in the cistern and I'll cut it off.
I've been here 100, I don't know, a lot of times, and there's so many exits. you know? Let's talk to Vex. I've never talked to her at this stage of the quest.
Stabbed in the back. Like a dog.
If I see Frey, I'll pluck his eyes from his skull with my bare hands. That pig? Oh, I have info on him. More than you care to know. Vald? Good side? Think you have the wrong person. The only thing Vald understands is gold. A man after my own heart. Sure, but he'll ask for a whole lot. I mean, you are asking him to betray Mercer Frey. Your best bet would be to erase his debt with Maven Blackbriar. If you talk to her, she might be able to give you the details. Of course, you could just run him through and take what you need off his corpse. I could care less.
Okay.
While you're in there, help yourself to anything in Frey's manor.
Can't talk long. Gotta keep my eyes open for Mercer.
Let me see.
Well, well. I was looking for this little beauty. If you happen across any other unusual trinkets like this, be sure to bring them to me. I promise it'll be worth the effort.
Let's see. I have this puzzle box as well.
Well, well. I was looking for this little beauty. If you happen across any other unusual trinkets like this, be sure to bring them to me. I promise it'll be worth the effort. It's worth quite a bit, actually. Quite a catch. There you go. This should make you smile.
500? We're getting juked. We're getting rich.
This is getting
Also,
injured.
I did notice at the end of this, at the end of all of this, that I went from, like, so last time I did this, I went from having 91, I think I was at like 80,000 to having like 5,000. So it means at some point, somebody from the Thieves Guild pickpocketed me. I don't know. I think you have to actually catch them do it. But since we're not
Don't
really
let
playing,
anything get a jump on you.
we're not really playing hardcore or
Delvin,
anything.
that last shipment we heisted on the Cyrodiil frontier was worthless.
What I mean is we're not
Impossible.
trying to make this take too long. You know, I am definitely not liking the lighting thing. It's like, yeah, I don't have to have lights and you can see me, but it looks odd. So let me do something real quick. Go to camera. Yeah, this thing right here, I got this camera. It's a Razer camera. I thought, oh, hey, this will be nice. It has no memory. Which means every single time you start it, if you actually have lights that you can use to brighten up your face, you can see what it does. It like literally makes it a little too dark. So I'm gonna actually turn this to 9. But it won't remember. So the next time the camera shuts off, the moment I even change settings, it will do this. It'll be like, boop, make me look. So in hindsight, do not get any kind of recording equipment from Razer. They have a new one that just came out, and I guarantee you it's the exact same trash. The exact same trash I bought, and it's like I said, it's completely like every single time. So just to put it out there, if you're starting YouTube or streaming on Twitch and you get the Razer camera, when it has the built-in light on it, it literally, when you turn that light on, it makes your face so bright. That's the lowest setting. It looks good, but you can turn it up and stuff, right? But look at do you see that? That's without the light setting on. If you had the light setting on, which it basically means this, every single time you use that camera, you have to go into the settings, disable the light function, which should be automatic, right? And then there's a low light function that's supposed to detect when it's too bright. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't work. So if there was a way to flash the camera so that the defaults would be to turn it off, then that would be great. But there aren't any ways to do that. So my recommendation is to not get that. My second recommendation is to not ever, and I mean ever, put money into World of Tanks.
Can't believe he emptied the vault.
Don't go past tier 7 ever. Just stop at tier 7. Never get a tier 10 vehicle. Never give them money. You know, World of Tanks community is toxic as all hell. They'll tell you it's all your fault, you know, when in reality, if you hold on a sec. Why is there 2 quests here? We have to talk to infiltrate Mercer's house and the other one. That's okay. It says something about Vlad, so I'm wondering if we can maybe buy him. I mean, honestly, we could just kill him, but
This is Mercer Frey's place, and he... No visitors. No way. Now piss off before you make me mad. You ain't got enough coin to make my problems go away. Unless you can talk Maven Blackbriar into letting me out of my debt. You try and set one foot in this yard and I'll cut it off.
So, let me see. Mercer needs you in Marcrest right away.
Oh, come on, I ain't that dumb.
um,
You ain't got enough corn. You try and set one foot in this yard and I'll cut it. That's funny. You think you can take me on? Try it anytime. I've been itching for a fight.
yeah, I've never made peace with this dude.
All right then.
I'm thinking we should, just for the hell of it. Seriously, I mean, I've never done that before. I've never tried the peaceful option. You know? Yeah, man, I'm telling you guys, though, seriously. If you were... I'm just telling you. 2015, I started playing World of Tanks on PC and on console. And I slowly started buying the... Like, when the, say that the Scorpion comes out, you know, it's just 490 alpha, 10-second reload. You know, can hit a flea's ass at 100 meters. Just amazing. Within 2 months, the tank all of a sudden it's like you're missing so much. I actually sold it at some point because it was like as soon as the next tank come out, it's like all of a sudden I'm not doing as well. The funniest thing is I have statistics that show that I had super uni stats in it for the first month that it came out. Then I dropped down to blue stats, and then it got to the point where I couldn't even play the tank without getting some sort of horrible matchmaker. So they pretty much punish you at some point for playing. It sounds like suspicion and craziness or whatever, but it's not. It's the truth. If you play the game and you buy a tank, it will become obsolete, and it's they don't do anything about it. They introduce tanks that basically make it impossible to actually do well in that game if you do not live within 300 miles of Chicago, which is where all their servers are located.
Always sneaking about.
It's insane. I actually can't believe that it took me 5 years. It took me 5 years. The first 2 years they had a West Coast server, which everybody on the East Coast hated because they would have to come and play. So as soon as, there's more people on the East Coast server. So as soon as they voted, as soon as they voted and we're like, yeah, no, we don't need the West Coast server. I want better matchmaking. It just screwed everybody over. And the craziest part is that at some point when they had two servers, when they had the West Coast and the East Coast server, the damn arrow in the wall. When they had the West Coast server, where is Maven Blackbriar? I think she's probably in the court. But anyway, so yeah, you put money into World of Tanks, and then the payment that they give you is more money. The only people I know that are successful are putting $200 into that game a month, and they won't admit to it. You know what I mean? They won't admit to it. Okay, so Maven is definitely not here. So where the hell is she? Maybe she's in the Bee and Barb. Anyway, yeah, it's probably one of the worst decisions I ever made was when I went. I was just getting, honestly, I had just got burnt out with Minecraft, and I went, what am I doing playing Minecraft? Nobody likes it anymore. Nobody views anything on my channel that has to do with Minecraft. And I have to put all this work in, and then within 2 months, I find my contraption slightly modified, and somebody else made it. They don't even credit me, and so I just said, why would I want to do that? I make something so somebody can just steal it from me, and they have more viewers, so they can just basically, there's nothing I can do about it. It's literally, to me, copyright infringement. If you sit there and spend 6 months making something, and then you find it on somebody else's channel, and they just basically follow your tutorial and then re-release it and get 1 million views for something you made. It's why I quit. I like I said, I have stuff I've never shown people. Recently, I released some of my better work, if you will. I released some of my better work. Where the hell is Maven? I think we're just gonna have to murk this dude. I think she's probably at her home. Maybe I need to check my map. Because when we talked to him, he said if you can make my debts disappear. I don't know what happens if you leave Vlad.
I've never seen me all this upset about anything.
Everybody's like, oh, hey. And I'm like, thanks.
The city really gets to her.
You know, just a corpse here. Okay, so it says intimidate, infiltrate. And there's 3 crosshairs, it looks like. Let me see. Speak to Vex, we did. Shoot the mechanism to lower the ramp. Infiltrate Mercer's house. There is no option here. Oh, there we go. Talk to Maven about Vlad's death. Or death. Jesus. Talk to Maven. Man. Yeah, so I guess to make a long story short, you sit there and you find this game that seems really honestly good, and you know you're not good at the game, so you're constantly getting your butt kicked, and you know you don't care. But at some point, you start doing what other people do to be successful, and you start to realize that you don't make any silver or credits at some point because you're shooting so many heat rounds to try and bypass the fact that, you know, literally all you need to do is just shoot standard rounds all the time. Don't even load heat. Don't even load them. And then if you die, then just keep going. But at some point, you're going to buy premium time. It's just a matter of time. You know? It's a matter of time before you're just going to keep buying premium time.
Take a chance.
Going to keep buying premium time to make more credits so you can shoot more gold. And it's just an addictive. It's addictive and stupid. Seriously, it's absolutely dumb. And then they release tanks that you can't even do anything unless you buy a premium tank.
I presume you're what
which
in the
costs
name of
$50
oblivion do you want?
You know, pretty much a tank. And after, if you spend, if you buy the tank each month and you buy premium time, you're talking $100 at least. And then of course you're going to have to buy silver at some point because you ain't going to be able to play enough to make credits. So you end up just I'll say the cheapest way to do it is to buy the jackpot every month, $100, and you could use the gold, to basically get premium time and buy whatever tanks you can, and then use the rest to shoot gold and buy premium equipment. But if you don't do that, then forget it. Let me see.
Vald? Why would you want to help that idiot? He owes me a steep debt. In fact, he's lucky all I did was force him to work for Mercer. A few years back, I commissioned a unique quill from a good friend of mine in Winterhold. Vald was tasked with getting it here safely, and it ended up at the bottom of Lake Honrick.
I remember doing this quest before.
The wizards called it the Quill of Gemination, and demanded a tremendous amount of gold to have it made. If you can locate the quill and return it to me, something Vald was too stupid to do himself, I'll consider the debt satisfied.
Okay.
Out of my way.
Out of my way. Meh. So if you guys play World of Tanks, what do you guys think of what I'm saying? You guys think that sounds legitimate? You basically pay more to shoot more, to miss more, to be a worse shot, and that's basically how it's set up.
Looking to stay alive?
I'm serious. The better you get, the more money you end up spending. I'm not kidding you. They say it's not pay to win, and they say it's impossible to pay to win, and that's because they know something you don't. So I have no idea where this chest is. So I think we're probably better off just fighting the dude. I remember having to go scour around this. There's a couple of locations. We can go to. Locate this quill. I'm pretty sure it's just right outside the city from what I remember.
One slip up and I report you to the guards. You got that?
Whatever you say.
Buying and selling.
I never heard that
jewelry
before.
Here.
I wonder if that means there's an opportunity for a quest there. Okay, so you know what I thought was funny?
And a lot happier with a belly full of me.
I think this will crack you guys up. So here's this big ship, right? I mean, it's not huge, but it's a ship, right?
It is done. I won't go back to a
The oddest part about it
Trees. They're beautiful here. Reminds me of autumn at home.
is that this river goes nowhere. You can't get down here. It's nothing but rapids. You can't even get out to the sea. You know what I mean? But yeah, here's a big ship. Like, it's literally not worth... It wouldn't even be worth making it. You know what I mean? There's like no way, as you can see, to get down without going down these rapids. You know? So, I think somebody that made this game really didn't think about the fact of maybe some row ships might be good, or maybe a teeny tiny sail ship. But, you know, you got the ragged flag, it makes it sound like you're out to sea. If they would have just added a path to the sea, you know? Which you can't even see if there's one, but, you know, just something I noticed. Yeah, I remember, awfully clean, huh, in real life. We could technically look up a video to find out where it's located. It should be where there's a literal rowboat. You know? There's a rowboat. There's a rowboat somewhere sunken. I'm serious. I'm pretty sure that there's a sunken rowboat. And it's like right off. It's like in a place you would not expect. So we can sit here looking for it, or we can just kill Vlad. I'm thinking we should just kill him. I think, you know, in hindsight, I remember it being over here somewhere. I just don't remember where, honestly. We could look it up so we don't have to fight Vlad, but he ain't no... He's no Daisy. No Daisy at all. Yeah, I'm not gonna sit there swimming through that whole lake just so I don't have to fight this dude. There could be some unforeseen benefits to it, I would say. I mean, otherwise, why have the quest? I mean, it's not like you can't kick his butt. But maybe he's super strong, you know?
What is it?
But yeah, world of tanks, man. You know? Shoot more to pay more, to win more, to do better, and you get caught up in this trap. And the guys that are actually good at the game, if you watch them stream, they have the best RNG, best luck you'll ever see. They have the best connection. And anybody else that's running 60, anything above 60 is just struggling, you know? And then you sit there and you go, they act like because of that,
Why take a chance?
they act like because of that there's somehow some sort of a god or something. That's what they think. But in reality, they just live closer to the server and they pay more money than other people. They put $200 into the game a month just so they could say they're good at it. It's hilarious. It's like the worst shit I've ever seen in my life. I just sit there and I go, how did I not see that from the beginning? Because I'm pretty good at seeing stuff like that. You know what I mean? I'm pretty good at it. Seeing that garbage. Alright, so let's just shoot this mechanism here with a bow. Okay, I'm not gonna mess with it. Dang it. You keep hitting that thing. We're hitting the fence. I think we should be able to shoot it from here, hopefully. So I'm pretty sure we can just sneak in here and kill everybody, which is what we're probably going to end up doing. Okay, I think it's the other gate we got to come up through.
Just give up.
Sorry, dude, but you suck, okay? Yeah. Yeah. So World of Tanks, man. Worst mistake of my life, seriously. As far as video games go, just the way that the game's set up, it's just... I'm telling you right now.
That's the real art. No rough stuff, just take it and go. It don't sound like much fun, though.
Never should have come here.
What the hell? First off, I didn't even get sneak for it. No sneak anything. And I couldn't do my super move on the guy. Yeah. We're starting to see some serious bugs.
Wizards. That's power. But they got that secret magic. Can turn wood to gold. Yeah. Wish I could turn wood to gold.
Is it upstairs or downstairs? Yeah, I like Maximum Carnage, but it's definitely got bugs. And I'm afraid, honestly. I've been afraid.
Pay off my bounty this time. Walk into the city a free man.
I'm gonna get right up on him.
Take a bad time to get lost, friend. Enough!
And of course, you get too close to the guy and it didn't even work. Who the hell is he talking to? Nobody? Hey, pickaxe. I think we need that. I think we killed everybody. I think, anyway. This is unopenable, but suspicious cabinet. And hey, what do you know? Secret? Mercers. Okay, we also can get the bust. There is a bust of in his office, I think. There is a bust of the... I forget his name, actually. But Mercer's office, or maybe it's his bedroom. One of these has a bust of the Gray Fox, I think that's what it is. The hell? Maybe it's you know what, I think it's it's downstairs in the, or wait a minute, it's in the suspicious cabinet. Where the hell is that at? Suspicious cabinet, where are ya? Yeah, I honestly I've been trying to monitor to see if anybody else like me wants to actually basically put some money down to sue World of Tanks for basically for, I mean, honestly, for setting up a game and saying that the game is one thing, but it's actually completely different. It is. It's completely different than what they tell you. They don't tell you anything about the game. They don't tell you, like when you start the game, it doesn't say, hey, there is a thing called random number generator in ACT that can basically means that you won't shoot, you know, you could shoot fully aimed in and miss any shot or bounce at any time. And it could also be lag. Seriously, you could just be lagging and you go to shoot a guy and on console they called it ghost rounds. On here you can actually just see the round miss, which means either you weren't fully aimed in, or you were fully aimed in but it didn't tell you that you were fully aimed in. And I'm not kidding you about that. And so you find this out, what, 3 years in? And you go, oh, okay, well, you know, the odds are in my favor because I'm doing pretty well. But at some point, did you just trip a trap? Yes, they did. Oh, gee. That one got us good. No off switch, huh? Yeah, so like I said, I mean... So you... The community on top of it, the people that I will just say have no... There's no consequences. They have better RNG than you do. They play better than you do. They have a better connection than you do. You cannot be a Super Unicum player without having three things. You have to live within 300 miles. Seriously. Have a really amazing internet. You know? And you will not ever be. You will not ever be that good if you're handicapped with a 60-second delay. You know, guys will literally appear right in front of you and shoot you at the end of the game when you're hiding behind a corner. You know the guy's there. You know what I mean? You know the guy's there. You know he's going to come around the corner. You squeeze the trigger, and hey, guess what? He's already shot you. And not only did he shoot you, he's actually not even in the place you're even aimed. It's quite a joke. And of course, because I'm a minority, meaning I'm not, you know, how many people even play still? How many people even play still from the West Coast? I don't know anybody. They all quit. My buddy, he lives in Oregon, and he quit playing. He quit playing. He'd rather play anything but that game. You know? It's a joke. You know? Yeah. It's crazy. Like I said, I just don't understand how they can't see that, you know, it's morally wrong to do that to people. You know what I mean? It's morally wrong. You know? Seriously, it's morally wrong to trick somebody into thinking that, you know, that they somehow, if they spend enough time playing the game, they're actually going to get good at it. But you're going to hit a plateau. You're just going to hit a level you can't go any farther than, and I'm going to tell you right now that the only thing that handicaps you, you know, is your connection to the server, bad RNG, constant bad matchmaker. It's, in my opinion, as soon as you put enough money into the game. Now I have a buddy, he says after 2,000 battles, you just get the worst games ever, and there's no reason to even play. Seriously, he says after 2,000, so you could just basically just keep recreating accounts. But them dumbing down the servers is literally them. They don't. This is it. They know people. They know people want to keep playing the game, but they always put it under this thread of where it's not going to be there anymore. You know what I mean? It's always under threat.
Never should have come here.
What? Never should have came here, huh? Why don't you come here? The hell are you? Yeah. So you shoot the higher price rounds more, so you can basically bypass, or at least try to bypass. You can try and bypass, you know, the RNG. Because if you want to guarantee that you're going to pin the shot, even if it's at a lower plate, you might as well just shoot nothing but heat rounds. But unless you're willing, you know, unless you want to buy premium shells every single time, and pay that $100 a month, which honestly isn't even enough.
Contact we have left.
It isn't even enough to play. You can probably play about 50 tier 10 battles in a losing situation. Seriously.
Shore's beard. He's going after the eyes of the Falmer? That was Gallus's pet project. If he gets his hands on them, you can be certain he'll be gone for good, and set up for life. Agreed. He's taken everything the guild has left, and to go after one of the last greatest heists is just an insult.
I've spoken to Carlia and made amends for how the guilds treated her. Now she wishes to speak with both of us. Quickly, we have no time to lose. Until next we meet, lass.
Are we gonna go talk to somebody, weirdo?
Not now, lass. Carlia said it was important.
At least the sound seems like it's fixed. I'm getting ready to download a music mod.
Not now, lass. Carlia said it was
I
important.
promise you.
My sister
All
in
your
crime.
questions will
What do
be
you need?
answered. You just have to try. Brynjolf, the time has come to decide Mercer's fate. Until a new guildmaster is chosen, the decision falls to you.
Aye, lass. And I've come to a decision. Mercer Frey tried to kill both of you. He betrayed the guild, murdered Gallus, and made us question our future. He needs to die.
We have to be very careful, Brynjolf. Mercer is a nightingale, an agent of Nocturnal.
And it's all true. Everything I heard in the stories. The Nightingales, their allegiance to Nocturnal, and the Twilight Sepulchre.
Yes. That's why we need to prepare ourselves and meet Mercer on equal footing. Just outside of Riften, beyond the southeast gate, is a small path cut up the mountainside. At the end of that path is a clearing, and an old standing stone. I'd ask you both to meet me there.
I have some preparations of my own to make. I'll meet you at the stone.
Yeah, whatever, nerd.
I'm preparing to leave for the standing stone. What is it?
Nothing. 9! Alright, we're headed to the standing stone. Now, I am tempted to go and see what's up with the Jarl. I'm pretty sure we have enough people that are just going to vouch for us. We don't have to do anything for the people of the city, I'll just say that. Just because we belong with the Thieves Guild, we're going to say nothing because they're afraid. Yeah, I gotta say, though, that I made a promise, and that is, if I'm going to keep on YouTube, I am going to, as much as I feel like it, bring up the fact that World of Takes is completely unfair. There is nothing fair about it. It literally does not reward people for living too far away from the server. There's no compensation that's going to happen. They don't even have any plans on making it better. You know, they don't even care. You know, if you go on there, you get attacked by 90 people. If you even say one thing bad about World of Tanks, all the people that love the way it is right now, because all the people that don't live close to the server can't do shit to them. And they sit there and they act like they're the best players in the world. They're trash. I've played them. The only thing that they beat is that they hit every shot that they fire, and you don't. You know what I mean? You miss fully aimed in shots, and then they kick your ass. Out of the way, nerd.
Welcome. Allow me to recommend the Blackbriar Mead, the purest brew in all of Skyrim.
I forgot we could have just fast traveled. Instead, I took I'm following this thing like a drone. Yeah, it's like we lost somebody. It's okay. Can't handle the truth. Yeah, World of Garbage. It's a big setup that they try to make you feel like you could actually do something good if you just got better. In reality, they control every game. They do. They determine whether you're going to win or lose. They try and tell you that you could use strategy. How are you supposed to use strategy when a guy just appears in front of you because the connection's shitty?
I'm glad you're here. This is the headquarters of the Nightingales, cut into the mountainside by the first of our kind. We've come to seek the edge we need to defeat
It's
Mercer
so funny.
Frey. If you'll follow me, I'll try to explain on the way.
Okay. We don't need to know that.
This way, please.
Yeah, so So long story short, World of Tanks is set up to be like an addiction. It really is. They use, I'll say they use the same tactics that the USSR used, which is to keep people in the dark. There are no guarantees of anything in it. There's no guarantees that they won't nerf any tank in the game. It could be your favorite tank. It could be the best one, and they'll nerf it.
So this is Nightingale Hall. I heard about
They
this
nerf
place
tech
when I
tree
joined
tanks
here,
that
but I
constantly
never
threaten
believed it
people with
existed.
rebalancing, which means you're going to have to relearn how to play the game again. And of course, it's all to keep people on their toes so that they never really sit there and think about the fact that they're being robbed. You're being robbed. Literally, you're being robbed by World of Tanks.
Understand why I'm here, lad. I'm no priest, and I'm certainly not religious. Why pick me?
This isn't about religion, Brynjolf. It's business.
Yeah, I just couldn't believe it, seriously. I think the moment I woke up and went, wait a minute. So, I'm firing premium rounds at 10 feet, watching them bounce off the lower plate. I watched the replay video and look at it, and see my rounds don't hit nowhere near where I'm aimed. And not only that, but you can't even see it with the ping. And so I started looking at my connection and seeing that when I would miss these really important shots, the ones you need to land, I was having just a momentary lag of maybe 5 or even 10. It's just enough to watch your round just miss. At 10 or even 130 ping, which it never shows me having worse than 60. A lot of internet companies, including World of Tanks, report the false signal. Now, they report what they have to you, and I'm going to go ahead and say that my connection fluctuates between 100 ping in every 3 seconds. Now, that's not their fault, or they could say it's not their fault.
And Mercer's still out there. Let's get this show
But they
on the
aren't
road.
doing anything about it. I'll just say that.
What's troubling you?
So I can't be, seriously, I can't be anything but just an okay player. I'll say a good player. I can't be anything but a good player unless I decide to change that stuff about myself, which is not going to happen. You know what I mean? Okay.
And Mercer's still out there. Let's get this show on the road.
I never added physics
You have
to...
been ready for the oath.
I don't think I ever added physics to this armor. I think I would like to. Since we're not really playing, I would like to add some physics to this armor. I did manage to get rid of the cape. I managed to get rid of the cape for it. But I forgot to add physics. So we're going to go ahead and do that. I'm going to go ahead and we're going to get... I think I'm going to go right here, and I'm just going to go ahead and do a save. And we're going to go ahead and just do a little bit of modding. Just a little. It won't take very long to do it. So yeah. I kind of wish, since I brought it up, I kind of wish people would, you know. Okay, so it says we have the 3BA armor. And let's see if we actually have physics involved. We do. So I just need to build it. So I do have it, I just haven't built it. So we want to basically not have a cape. Build. This should fix our problem. Alright. So I don't have to build it. I already did. I do think we need to do the boots, though. Let me check that. Nightingale feet. I also wanted to do... Let's see, Nightingale. So it should be under feet. Good old feeses. I obviously didn't do the Nightingale feet, which is pretty easy. It's just shoes, so we don't really need it, but there is a bone on here, the calf bone, that could cause a problem. So let's go ahead and add in the... We're going to load a reference. I am going to merge slider, and we're going to use the uni boob so it doesn't show any nudity or anything. Okay, so we just want to copy weights. Let's go ahead and copy bone weights. I'm going to go ahead and increase it to 9, just because I know. We're going to look at the mass vertices, and I'm going to go ahead and get rid of the uniboob. Go ahead and delete. And we just want left foot, right foot, basically. We want to copy those weights down lower. And left foot. Might cause an issue, but I've had some pretty safe stuff. So I want to save project as Nightingale 3BA. Ooh. Big fingered it. Okay. All right. Yeah, I realized it, honestly. So I stopped playing last month. Actually, I stopped playing. I'm coming up on like 2 months, honestly. I stopped playing World of Tanks. Um, yeah, I stopped playing World of Tanks because I realized that there's nothing you can do. You literally, like, say we're doing a competition. You'll be in one game and you watch every shot you fire hit, and then you'll be in another game and watch every shot you fire miss. Which means, how can you be dependent? You can't depend. So if you don't have good RNG, which you don't, and if you don't have a good connection, those two combination basically nerf you. And I'll say, if you have more than a 51% win rate, the game constantly matches you up. So if you're just good enough, you're going to always be punching up. If you're just slightly good enough, if you go past 60% win rate, yeah, if you go past 60%, it's like, oh, you're good, so we're just going to let you, there's nothing we can do to stop it. So, and I know this because when we had the West Coast server, I was at 60%, 65% at one point. And just to let you know, over about a year period after that, I had dropped down to about 57%, which, I mean, with 23,000 battles, that's hard to drop that much. But just to let you guys know what I said, like, I literally became half as good. So either I just somehow got worse at the game, or maybe because the connection is so far away, I'm having to basically outplay people that basically can see me before I can see them. They have a 2-second advantage on me. It's terrible. I'm going to go ahead and say you can go on the forums, and all you'll do is get attacked by the community, which I've taken screenshots and showed to Wargaming employees, and they have done nothing about it. They just say you don't have to spend money in the game. That's all they say. You don't have to spend money. You also don't have to be good neither, right? Whoa. Why is only one side working? That is weird. What in the hell? Let me do this. Yeah, there's something definitely not right there. Let's go ahead and let's do a game save, and then I'm gonna go ahead and see what's going wrong here. Yeah, there's no reason for that to be happening. Just gonna tell you. Nightingale armor. Let's see. Did I like delete half of the physics or something? Yeah, look, half of the physics is missing. Oh, yeah, weird. Why would I delete? Why would I delete half of the physics? Like, yeah, I only have one side here. That is very odd. Let's go ahead and add. We'll do this again. It's not exactly hard. We're going to go ahead and copy bone weights. I'm going to go ahead and make this 13 because the cape won't copy the verticals properly. Okay. So I'm pretty sure it's copied, but let's go ahead and delete the reference. Okay. And now we should have the extra bones added. I don't actually see them. Yeah, look, it only has the left one, but the right one is missing. Okay, let's do this. Let's go ahead and delete all bone weights. Shift delete from project. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and do it again. Load reference. Merge slider. And then we want to just copy bone weights. I'm going to just do a regular copy and see if it does its thing. Yeah, look, it's there now. Weird. Okay, so everything's on here. Let's see if the verticals are okay. The cape is completely not done. So let's go ahead and copy bone weights. We'll do, like I said, let's try 11 this time. Yeah, it's going to have to be 12 or 13. Copy bone weights 13. So it's just the radius. It searches the radius. When you do this, it increases the radius. So even 13 is not enough. Let's go ahead and do copy bone weights 13. See, 14, 15. Still got a spot. And we still have the right breast there. So we can go ahead. This is the highest I've ever had to copy, honestly, as far as a radius. So we're at 15, 16, 17. Okay, that got it, I think. Let's go ahead and delete. There we go. Now, a lot of people leave a body inside of here. So, stock, I don't think you need the body. Seriously. Stock, you don't need it. All right, let's go ahead and save as. Yeah, so I was on Twitch and I basically started saying how ridiculous it is and how stupid World of Tanks is and that the connection completely nerfs you. And every single guy that came on and said, "Oh, we're just going to try and help you with your connection. You know what you need to do? You need to buy this tool and you need to get this tool." And I'm like, "Wait a minute. So the connection's so shitty that I have to buy a tool to manipulate my connection to make it better, which it doesn't. It makes it slightly better at some times, but then you pay for it in the long run. It's like I said, it's just so stupid. So, they're trying to tell me this stuff, and I'm sitting there going, "Oh, as soon as Starlink gets up, I'll do that." And I'm like, I don't think we're going to be able to depend upon that connection for actual gameplay ever. I mean, I'd like to say that Elon Musk has something going on, and that's going to make a difference, but I hate to say it, but I don't think that it's going to make one bit of difference, honestly. It's not going to make a bit of difference. It's not going to make a bit of difference when right now it says beta. They're gonna, you're gonna lose signal and you're gonna gain signal. You're gonna lose signal, and I'm like, isn't that exactly what DirecTV had? You know, they had a buffering system which basically enabled you to see movies, but even then, having even a 15 or even a 20-second buffer would be enough to where my dad would actually miss half movies and stuff all the time. But he would just deal with it because he hates Comcast. because they said something to him, like they said something ridiculous. They said something ridiculous to him. So, but yeah, World of Tanks, man. I gotta say, it's the sickest game thing. I forgot to unbuild the. I forgot to unbuild the cave. Damn it! Let's do this again. Yeah, it's just the way they have it set up. It's cancer. It's just toxic. It makes people toxic because they can't figure out why they're not as good as they should be because they're aiming at the right spots, they're shooting and it's not hitting and it's bouncing. And whether it's their connection or RNG, that's just enough to take, I'll say it takes control out of your hand. You cannot control what's going to happen in the game. I've been in a game and missed 17 shots in a row and landed 3 of those. Seriously. And there was nothing I could do. My team got killed in 3 minutes. There's nothing you can do, right? And then you get into the next game and then you're on the other side of it. You're basically then swamping and kicking the shit out of them and it's just so stupid. It's just like how can you even try to play good with that going on? You know? How can you even try to play? You can't. You can't perform like that. If you can't, I mean, like, all you can do is look at it and use a mod that shows you how good the other team is, and then basically just hide in the back of the map because there's nothing you can do. What are you supposed to do? Go head to head with guys that basically can hit your hatch while you're moving, and then when you try to shoot their lower plate or even get a track pin, the track eats it. Having auto ricochet on stuff like that, it's so stupid. You know, the wheeled vehicles destroyed light tank gameplay, which was becoming more popular. A lot of people were playing light tanks more and more and more, and so they did what they do, and that is how do we get people to stop playing those and play the other tanks? So they buffed heavy tanks, they made the turrets, they put in new equipment, new gear, all that shit.
Okay, lass, we've got these get-ups on. Now what?
Beyond this gate is the first step in becoming a nightingale.
Whoa there, lass. I appreciate.
But I think better than suing them is to basically sit there, and even though we're playing Skyrim,
Hold any hope of
I am still
defeating
talking
Mercer.
shit about them
We
because they
must
can't do
have
anything to me
Nocturnal
now.
at our backs.
What are they gonna do? Nerf me? You gonna nerf my tank?
An arrangement.
You gonna give me some
must
horrible
be struck.
matches? Hey, guess what? I don't even play the fucking
What
game.
sort of arrangement? I need to know the terms.
The terms are quite simple, Brynjolf. Nocturnal will allow you to become a nightingale and use your abilities for whatever you wish. And in return, both in life and in death, you must serve as a guardian of the Twilight Sepulchre.
Aye, there's always a catch. But at this point, I suppose there isn't much to lose. If it means the end of Mercer Frey, you can count me in.
What about you? Are you ready to transact the oath with Nocturnal?
Yep.
Good. After I open the gate, please stand on the circle.
Yeah. I really wish, honestly, if I had the money, like I actually thought about approaching the World of Tanks community and basically putting a commercial. Seriously, putting a commercial with a big warning about World of Tanks. Like, so buy some airtime, you know, raise like $10,000 and put airtime into basically say how messed up World of Tanks is. When Surfwatch went off, I'm just gonna pause it here. When Surfwatch went off, it brought in a lot of people that don't play these type of video games for a specific reason because they had said back in like 2000 that they're gonna release weapons that are basically like, for instance, say COD. They were gonna release guns that were better than the standard guns you could get, and if you want to actually do that, then you got to pay more money to win. And so, what did World Tanks do? They put in not only the tanks, but they put shells that have a higher pin and sometimes better accuracy, just depending, less RNG. But then they also have premium equipment, non-premium equipment, and so on. So if you don't give two shits about that and the fact that you're going to get robbed here and there and you're going to get randomly upset, then it's the perfect game for you. But I'm going to go ahead and say that it demands that you put money into it. The people that are free to play that refuse to pay on it, absolutely rage on forums, you know, and they just go, "We're all just suckers," apparently.
I call upon you, Lady Nocturnal, Queen of Murk, and Empress of Shadow. Hear my voice.
Ah, Carlia. I was wondering when I'd hear from you again. Lose something, did we?
My lady, I've come before you to throw myself upon your mercy, and to accept responsibility for my failure.
You're already mine, Carlia. Your terms were struck long ago. What could you possibly offer me now?
Offer you these two unwitting saps.
Two others that wish to transact the oath, to serve you both in life and in death.
I didn't sign up for this.
Surprise me, Carlia. This offer is definitely weighted in my favor.
My appetite for Mercer's demise exceeds.
Wouldn't that be hilarious? Seriously, wouldn't it be hilarious if you've seen a commercial where basically somebody had put up a commercial and funded it to run for just say a week here and there on YouTube and other places, basically saying that, you know, talking about all the bad stuff that World of Tanks has in like 5 seconds. It's really not that hard. You could literally show yourself shooting, because I mean I have it happen a lot where you shoot around and you watch it just completely miss the target. It's not even close. And you're sitting there for like 10, 15, even 20 seconds waiting for the guy to come out. And you just watch it completely miss. You know, and then all you'd have to do is just put 5 seconds of that. And it would be enough to basically, I'll say, damage them. So if you don't buy the newest tank, I can tell you right now, look, I bought tanks that were OP at the time, and you can't even play them now. You can't. They miss every other shot. You get bad matchmaking in them. You can't make any credits in them. All it does is make your stats bad, and you feel shitty because you're not doing very well. You paid for a tank, and it's not performing, and then they try and tell you on top of everything that you're at fault there, and you're not. You can sit there and count like 17 and 3. So I fired 17 shots. Each one of them cost me 1,200 silver, by the way, standard shells with a tank destroyer. And I only pinned 3 of them in one game. And then in the next game I do 5,800 because every shot I fire is pinned. And then I'll have 7 or 8 games of just nonsense, just 3-minute matches. Just terrible. It's hilarious. I can't wait. It's gonna crumble. I'm gonna tell you right now that they'll keep alive for a couple more years, maybe 5 years, 10 years, but at some point they're gonna get busted for this shit. I know that it sounds ridiculous, but what they're doing is wrong. It's morally wrong.
Very well. The conditions are acceptable. You may proceed.
Lady Nocturnal, we accept your terms. We
you're
dedicate
speaking
ourselves
for me
to
now, huh?
you as both your avengers and your sentinels. We will honor our agreement in this life and the next until your conditions have been met.
Very well. I name your initiates Nightingale, and I restore your status to the same.
I want to be known as a creeper veil. I don't want to be known as a nightingale. I want to be known as a creeper with my peepers. World of trash. Die.
Now that you've transacted the oath, it's time to reveal the final piece of the puzzle to you. Mercer's true crime. Mercer was able to unlock the guild's vault without 2 keys because of what he stole from the Twilight Sepulchre, the skeleton key. By doing this, he's compromised our ties to Nocturnal and, in essence, caused our luck to run dry. Well, yes, but the key isn't only restricted to physical barriers. All of us possess untapped abilities, the potential to wield great power securely sealed within our minds. Once you realize the key can access these traits, potential becomes limitless.
Potential!
Although it would benefit the guild more than you can imagine, in the end, if the key isn't returned
That's not actually
to
what I
its
wanted to do.
As
But
time passed, our luck would... Very true. In our line of work, it's quite rare we set out before we depart.
Let's go.
Brynjolf has some business to discuss.
I suggest you talk to Carlyle.
Listen to him.
No, you ain't leaving.
Listen, lass. There's one last piece of business we need to settle before we go after Mercer. The leadership of the guild. Carlyle and I had a... Thanks to your...
I'm going to be the leader of the guild, yes,
we both,
I know.
I've been at the... I'm good at... I've never been one to lead. Never desired it, never cared for it. Ha! Just don't lose yourself in the role.
Yeah,
then it's just...
Give me my armor so I can stop
We have
this,
quite
okay?
the task ahead.
Yes, I know.
I've been poring over the plans you... Carlyle and I will meet you there. Prepare yourself, lass.
All right.
This will be a fight to remember.
10-4, Roger. Over. Yeah, although I do like this armor. I hope anybody watching didn't want to know what was happening there, because honestly, I've already done this in earlier stream. So, like, basically, if you guys don't know, I had some mods installed improperly, and we started getting game-breaking stuff happening, and so we had to basically stop. So I restarted and gave myself the same rank and pretty much all the perks that I had before. And then, anyway, long story short, Mercer Frey is the leader of the Thieves Guild. He had killed the original leader, took his position, and had been stealing from the guild. So everything we took and stole was just basically being taken from him. And now he plans on going to steal the eyes of the former, which is basically a statue made of like gold or dwemer, and it has eyes that are diamonds that are as big as a head, for instance. Okay. So, it does look
Sorry,
like...
lass. I've got important things to do.
In 1 second...
We'll speak another time.
I lost everybody that was watching the stream, so I think there might have been some problems with the stream. For me to just all of a sudden have 2 viewers and then have none. Oh, there we go. That is weird. I wonder why I did that. You guys having a bad internet connection? Whoever's watching? Okay, we need to do this. So yeah, that's basically what we need to do, is we're going to basically stop him, you know? We're going to stop his ass. We're going to kick the shit out of him and steal his stolen stuff, basically, which is going to be awesome. Yeah, commercials warning people of how horrific World of Tanks is as a game in general. They charge you more to shoot rounds that have higher penetration. They even have rounds that do more damage if you want to pay more silver for them. But they have like a handicap to them, which sounds like a balance, but it's not. If you're shooting those rounds because it's the only thing you can shoot and you're watching them just bounce off of auto ricochet. So they have a thing where if you shoot a rim or a track, if you hit it in a specific area, it is just going to auto ricochet. Which means if it doesn't ricochet towards the tank, which it never does. I fired 5 shells at a guy and got nothing but tracks. Track like that. And there's nothing you can do about it. RNG. You know, and then in the next game, 3,800. Seriously. 3,800. And you just go, it's just enough to keep you playing, but I'll tell you what, if you have 3 bad games and then you have 1 good game, which is what I pretty much started having, as soon as I spoke out publicly against World of Tanks, you know, as soon as I spoke out publicly on Twitter and on Twitch, I was like, this game is a joke. Basically what I said. There we go. Yeah, I would assume, you know, if you were just to wear this out in the open, they'd be like, what the hell? Okay, so we do need to prepare a little bit for this. I think what we actually want to do... Yeah, if you guys feel like commenting, let me know what you guys think. I thought about, like, doing a GoFundMe to either sue World of Tanks, you know? Because, I mean, honestly, I probably put $2,000 just on console at the time when they decided to just stop having the West Coast server. And instead of actually trying to sue them or even threaten to sue them, I just stopped playing the game. I stopped playing it for a year and 9 months. I came back last year, so it's now been 2 years and probably a little bit more than 9 months. So it's probably been 3 years since they got rid of that server. But it was a nerf to me. It literally made it so the game's unplayable for me. It's not fun. I'm angry all the time. I've broken my own stuff over it. I've gotten that angry because I'm literally getting screwed over every match. I'm playing guys that can shoot me from across the map and hit hatches, and I can't even shoot a guy that's right in front of me most of the time. And the more I spoke out, the worse it got, the matchmaker. Seriously. Just worse and worse and worse to the point where I said, now I'm not even playing the game again. It only took a year for me to get to the point where I started realizing that. Unless I want to put $200 into that game,
Never is.
$200. Seriously, if you want to play tier 10s, you either have to do 3,500 damage a game, which there's no way you can guarantee that. Seriously, there's no way you can guarantee that. And then the more you shoot, the more expensive it is. So unless some idiot just basically gives you his side and you can shoot standard shells at him, which nobody's going to do, and you're hitting every single shot. I've had it where a guy was right next to me and I bounced 3 shots and I was full aimed in. And I mean, it's just like there's nothing you can do. Especially if you're lagging. It's terrible. Dang, man. These guys are running a hell of a path, huh? Let's see what happens here. What's going on? You guys interested in that equipment or what? Yeah, look, that's game-breaking stuff right there. Something's busted. Every time we've come to a city, we have seen like 20 guards spawn. Probably because of the time. Let's go ahead and get some sleep. We actually haven't slept. Damn.
Hello, friend.
Yeah, hello, friend. Glad thing I put those 3BB physics on that. 3BB physics, boy. I need to fix that armor too. I actually figured out how to fix it too. I should probably do that. I mean, I've been talking more shit about World of Tanks, and it's not even I'm talking shit, I'm telling the truth. You know, it's the truth. The truth. So I figured out how to fix... So basically, the girl heavy armor, alright? Girl heavy armor. It's in a BSA file, which means you have to unpack it, right? So I went to... If you guys want to know what that means, it just means it's an encrypted file you can't access without a special tool. And so I did that. And so we have the girl heavy armor, meshes and textures. So the meshes show the form. These show the form of the armor. And then the textures, they basically are pictures, right, of the armor in a flattened out version, and then it all goes on the armor. So basically I optimized these, which they weren't optimized, whoever did the body slide. So basically what we're talking about here is the guy that did the body slides for heavy armor isn't actually the author. He's just a dude, you know, who got permission. And I mean, he did some good work, but he did mess up one area, and that is, I just realized it. Like, I just was like, after like 5 different tries of combinations, I just kept seeing the armor disappearing in some areas, and if I got too close, it would disappear. And if I was down low, and I'm like, what in the hell is going on here? And it's because the BSA file, you can't actually copy the weights. You have to leave it at stock. And then they're in places that they don't need to be reweighted. So the idea is, if it ain't broken, don't fix it. So the idea here is that I fixed it. So did the guy that did it. He copied new bone weights onto it properly. But it has a conflict because it's intermingling with the BSA file. So without basically copying the mod, unpacking it, and then putting it into a mod form itself, removing the old one and putting it in, I would then mess up because the BSA file is dependent upon it. So you can't do that. That's why he just basically unpacked it, made this to go over the top of it. So what you have to actually do is go to Girl Heavy Armor, which is under G here, right here. And so it's actually the Steel Light version. the steel light version here. But what we want to do is we want to go to the just the light armor. We want to go ahead and open it and get the. So this is basically what happened to the armor. This is what broke it, and that is the stock armor has these bone weights here added. So if you try to copy these with new bone weights, it puts it all into one weight, which is the leg weights. And so what you end up having is you end up having some physics that shouldn't be on here, and it just doesn't work. It won't work at all. So your best bet is to do not delete all because they say to delete all the bone weights. So that's what they want you to do, is just delete all the bone weights and then reform it. Problem is these have to stay. If you get rid of these, then you end up having this weird disappearing thing where they disappear in game. It's almost like you're getting too close to it. So just as a thing, if you have that happen to you, if you build the armor, so if I go ahead and hit now it's already broken. So that's the first problem, is that we need to go to where it's located in the game. So it's actually under meshes and armored, and then it's under Giga something. Yeah, Giga Dukes or something. And then you want to go to the actual armor. So we're talking steel light. Sounds like a beer. Now I unpacked the armor. So this is the unpacked, unmolested version of it. So by taking the steel light here, so we got the steel light cuirass, right? And I'm going to take the low one, but we're going to take both. I'm going to copy these, and we're going to go ahead and we're just going to go right over it so we have the stock version. So what this means is, if we go to this, and so I'm going to go ahead and hit save project as, and I'm going to copy this because we're going to save right over the top of it, but hit Control C, right? And then close this out, restart it, and we're going to go ahead and just do the product from the product. We're going to do the armor from scratch. So by we're going to basically load an outfit, go to that location, so it's data, mesh, right, armor, and then we want to look for steel armor or Giga Dukes or whatever. And just to make sure he didn't put any extra body weights, which he probably did, we're going to use the unweighted, well, the zero weighted version. You open it up, and you'll see there's no sliders. So what we want to do is we want to save this over the top of the original author because it has those weights I was showing you guys. So if we go ahead and hit save project as, Control V, 2. So this is the unweighted version, which means now when we open this up after I restart it, it's going to have the original weights from the BSA file. We just need to add sliders to the armor now. So if I go to open it, we just want to add the newest bone weights to it. So all you got to do is load a reference. It could be any one. If you don't like the 3BB body, you can use the standard CBB or CBB physics here, as you can see. But we're just going to do that, and you hit merge sliders. You don't have to because there's no sliders to merge. But once this happens, all you have to do is hit conform all, and it will add. It adds it to it. You guys can see here. Let's see, belly. You see how it's connected now? So it adds the weights to it and puts them in the proper location. So now all we got to do is hit copy bone weights and leave it. But here's the thing. Look, we don't want to mess with. We don't want to mess with this armor here. We want to leave it. So it says it's part of the skirt, but it's not. So when we copy our bone weights, you just leave it. Don't copy over the skirt. You know what I mean? If you guys are, doing this, somebody's going to be watching it. So you just want to copy it to everything but these and leave the original weights on there. So if we hit copy bone weights, hit yes, hit the T key, and then go ahead and check to see if there's any unweighted verticals, like so, right? Check to see if there's any unweighted verticals. And then, yeah, there's no unweighted verticals. So if we check this as well, there's no unweighted because we never removed the weight off of it. It's only these things and then, of course, the shoulder pads for the other armor. So now we can go ahead, since we've copied the bone weights we need, we can go ahead and delete this, right? So now we have the armor the way it's supposed to be. And now we can go ahead and add the 3BB body. And so just from trial and error, I've actually realized that the easiest thing to do here to make this armor look good is to take the upper. So I'm using the 7 base body CBA. So or CBBE. If you guys were doing this, you'd want to use whatever body type you were using and do this too. So I'm going to say that it looks odd, but minus 25% on the armor makes it basically male armor. And if you don't do this, if you don't add that 25% decrease, I actually did 35 or even 40, and it looks even better. Because you don't want it to be too big out there if you're not going to be adding physics. Because this is a straight metal plate, it should not move. So that's the I want to be realistic with it. So we just hit just to guarantee that the shape's going to stay there. You just hit save base shape, and it basically adds that permanently. So now all you got to do is decrease the actual body inside the armor. Just decrease it. It doesn't really matter because the armor's already been made. So we could sit there and make it different and all that stuff. We could expand the armor, but it's already formed to the base CBA. So if you just basically shrink the actual, I'll say 3BA body to it, as you can see, it does look weird. This is why they don't do it to everything. So we can see that this looks horrific. So I'm going to go ahead and just put it back. Yeah, so if you want to get the arm to look like it did before, you can see here. So now we'd want to do the armband, right? Because it obviously, it's the one that you don't want to shrink because it looks weird. But everything else, as far as the body shape, it looked good before. So if we just get rid of some of it, you won't be able to notice anything. You know what I mean? You're not going to notice what we just did. So just shrinking the body inside of the armor helps you. I mean, it saves you a lot of stuff. And I'm going to go ahead and say that I think that we're still going to have some weird looks. So I'm going to take and I'm going to add another 15% to the upper 15. Then you just hit save slider as or save base shape. And then this is what it'll be stock at 0. And then as you increase the weight, so when we get in game, this is what my character will look like in this armor. As you can see, it still comes out quite significantly. It's one of the reasons why I said my character would look odd in it. But because we decreased it, it'll look okay. So you don't have to worry about it. So actually it would be this way. It would be 70 and 70. So, right, that looks crazy. So by by doing what we just did, which is to take away it's going to, if we do another 15, actually, I added 15 to it, didn't I? So we want to do minus 20, so I minus 15, so it would be 30. We want to do minus 30, so that's what it should have been. Okay, then we hit save base shape, and then now we can look at it and see. So now it'll look like this instead of it popping out really crazy. It's going to look like that, which is not too ridiculous, right? And that would be if I was wearing it. But Lydia and all the other characters are mid-weight, so it's most likely going to be half that. So something like this. So it'll actually look pretty good in game, as long as I'm not wearing it. Or not me, but my character. So now that we have it all set up, we can go ahead and just hit, save file as. And I'm going to add 3BA to this. And then go ahead and hit save. And now in game it will stop disappearing. You know what I mean? So I'll show you. So first off, the light itself does not have any weights on it. I'm going to leave it stock so that it's going to stay there if I want to improve it. But yeah, did I actually screw this up? Did I hit 2BA? I probably did. Let me go into my video here. When do I hit save on this sucker? Save as. So I did 2BA. That's my bad. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is, so I'm going to go ahead and just take the 2BA. So we're going to go ahead and hit 2BA, right? And I actually wanted to do 3BA, but we screwed up. It's okay. So I'm going to go ahead and hit file, save as, and we're going to change it from 2BA to 3BA. I have cap locks on. That's probably why it was screwed, but I'm going to go ahead and do 3BA, save 2, and it's going to overwrite our existing 3BA. And we can go ahead and close it. And then I can go ahead and delete this by hitting that X. So now that'll be gone. And then this will be what our armor is going to look like when our character wears it, which looks legit. Build. Right? Now there's one thing that I didn't do, and I'm going to go ahead and show you guys this right now. So if you wanted to have it with physics, meaning this, you wanted to have physics on here, on at least the top, then you'd want to leave these bones. But if you are like me and you think, hey, that's actually not really that realistic, I'm going to go ahead and add and delete all the breast weights. But I'm going to leave the belly weights so it looks good. Because it is kind of thin there, right? So you delete those from the project, and now all you'll have is butt and belly physics. That's it. So when we hit save project 2, right? Everything's saved. So yeah, like I said, armor plates that shouldn't moving look absolutely stupid. But I'll show you guys. There is a consequence to not, like I said, if it's not broken, don't fix it. There's a consequence to doing that. And the consequence is those side plates are going to move like vanilla, but where I sit, it looks pretty good because they're metal. They shouldn't be forming and moving and have physics on them. So I think personally a lot of the armor shouldn't even be merged, and you should just leave it just vanilla so that way it looks better. Now, if we continued having a problem with this and it keeps disappearing, I could say, for instance, take Lydia's armor. Yeah, and you guys can see that
I am your sword and your shield.
it looks pretty good. So show you what I'm talking about. No physics on the breasts at all, but the belly moves. And if you look, the booty moves, but the metal plate doesn't. See that? So to me, it looks more realistic, right? More realistic. Pretty awesome. Pretty sweetness. Right. Okay. So now all we need to do is we came here to sleep, didn't we? We're gonna get a fresh start. Okay. 12, 1, 2. Oops. My bad. So 1, 2. Wait a minute. It should be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There we go. And we should get a sleeping bonus. I don't know what that gives us, but we should get a sleeping bonus for that. Because we're not a vampire or anything else. So. Yeah, I only wear this armor.
I am your sword and your shield.
Tell me she doesn't look ridiculously good, huh? Whoever did
I am your
Dungeon
sword
Wives,
and your shield.
it's a shame he doesn't do anymore. I'll tell you that right now, because he basically made it so the hardcore NPCs that you constantly have interactions with look 100% better, and they're not. It's not that hard to install it. That's probably the best part of it. Damn, looks crappy outside. It's kind of like that today. We got a little bit of wind going.
You're someone who can get things done. I like that.
Oh yeah, boy.
Blades, helmets, pretty much anything to suit your
Here you go,
needs.
biddies. So there's a mod. There's a mod you can get that basically gives you the ability to have telekinesis, and so you can like grab things. So if you guys think about that, you can actually grab things and move them. And because this actually has collisions, you will actually see, things that have physics move. If you guys know what I'm talking about, it's pretty funny. So we don't need these. We need to get rid of this. We're gonna get rid of all the crap we don't want. Okay, I do need to. It takes 20 points of frost damage. Chance to paralyze the target for 2 seconds. Might be pretty good to keep. I always forget there's some of these weapons you don't want to. We don't need this one because we already have the thing for it. What else can we do here? We don't need a pickaxe. We have 2 axes. Oh, wait a minute. This is the axe of dismay. We don't need that one. Nord arrows, armor. Yeah, I want to make the shield here. Probably give it to Lydia.
Good luck out there.
Let's improve some stuff, huh? So I have 1 void salt. I'm going to go ahead and say that I don't want to go through and find all those so that we can have improved armor. So I'm just going to give them to myself so I don't have to go through the headache of finding all of them. I most likely would have to find somebody's tutorial if you really want to know. So I'm going to give myself about that many. There we go. Okay. That way we can be, since our health is we've kept it pretty stocked. If we don't do this, we are probably going to get our butts handed to us by, what's his name? Yeah, even if we dual weld, we'll most likely get our butts kicked. So our hat's flawless, which means we can put an enchantment on it. I don't know which one you can put on there, though. Let's go ahead and head up here. Look at that booty shake. Boop, boop, look. Bam. Yeah, somebody actually commented on one of my, I'm not going to say which one, but somebody commented on my video and was like, you know, why do you play as a woman? And he literally said, am I gay? And I was like, I played like I basically played a male character.
Need supplies?
I would say that I stopped playing male characters when I played. I stopped using male characters basically because I got sick of looking at dudes. You really want to know? Like, I'm a male character. I want to be immersed, right? But it's much better to have, I'll say, visually stimulating stuff for me personally, like seeing that my character, you know, looks really pretty and has, you know, stuff going on that I like to see all the time. You know, it's funner to have a female character than it is just for the tigabiggies, the tagobados. Pickpocket success 20%. We definitely want that. Health regen, fortify. Nice. Okay. So I think we can actually do some enchanting work here. Now we've already enchanted most our stuff. We can't touch anything but the armors that we haven't. I'm still waiting to get sneak. We have not found sneak yet. Absorb health is a really good one to have. I'm gonna go ahead. I wish I could do 2. I don't have that perk yet. I kind of want to give it to myself because back when I was doing, back when I was playing this game legitimately, one of the best ones was I did this quest, got absorb health, not absorb stamina, but I got absorb health, which we'll get. We're gonna get that perk after this, but Mercer has it. So when he hits you, not only does he do damage, but he's gonna also absorb your health. So let me see here. So if I basically pick a sword, say for instance, it's going to show you what you can actually put on here. Absorb stamina. We don't really want to do stamina damage. Undead flea, soul trap. Soul trap in combination with like fire damage is pretty awesome. So we're going to do that. We're going to add just fire damage because we can't do any others. Okay, I think. There we go. So now that's going to do fire damage. And I'm actually surprised. I just realized something. So our hat. I wonder, we can't put anything on it, huh? Oh, we need, it says enchantment. We don't have any enchantments that fit a hat. That's weird. Odd. I'm pretty sure that, yeah, the guy that made this hat, I don't think he really cared. It was more about the, like I said, it's more about the 3BB body than it is anything else. You know what I'm talking about. All right. I think she looks very angry. Yeah, we might be sick. Usually when she looks angry in the eyes there, you can actually tell that she's got poison. Now there are mods you can install, but there's script mods, which means if you have any conflict during your playthrough and you try to remove it, you're stuck with it. So if it messes something up in your menu, you're stuck with it. You might as well just quit, honestly, and start a whole new game. So if you're doing a, hey, what's up there, Mark? What's up, man? You missed my epic rant about World of Trash, dude. Can't stay long, pretty tired. All right, man. Well, I appreciate you coming by regardless. You know? Yeah. I was just talking about how World of Tanks, I was just talking about World of Tanks and how shitty it is. And I was talking about, wouldn't it be awesome? Wouldn't it be awesome, Mark, if we, like, put a GoFundMe and had people basically donate to the GoFundMe so that we could run an ad basically saying, warning people about World of Tanks, about the fact that the RNG that they don't tell you even exists. You don't even find out about it until you're like 2 years in. Most of the time you just think you're just a bad shot. right? But you don't really know why you're missing until a certain point, right? And then at like 5 years into the game, I start realizing that as soon as they got rid of the West Coast server, my skill level dropped by half. Seriously, and I can't go. I'm plateaued. I can't do any better than that because I have a 60 to 130 ping, and it can change at any moment. There's no way to predict it. So with RNG in there and also my connection, I know personally that if you get handed a good game where you're a tier 8 versus a bunch of tier 8s or you're top tier and you do bad in that game, they will punish you with horrible tier 10 games until you just quit playing. I'm not kidding you. And that's experience. That's not me making up shit. And then of course, the moment I spoke out publicly and said how shitty World of Tanks is, the moment I did that, I noticed my game. Like you can go and look at what happened to me, my statistics. That you can see like back at the beginning of Christmas, I basically said how shitty World of Tanks was. I think it was November. And then you guys can look and watch me go from being a 2,500 WN8 player down to about a 1,900 over Christmas and stuff, right? And then soon as January came, I pretty much quit playing. I quit the game altogether. You know, I couldn't play anymore. It just after the Christmas holidays, January came, I could not bring myself to play it. Yeah, that's typical established behavior. Yep. What's up, Gaming Wizard? I was just talking shit about World of Trash. Let's see here.
Over here.
Oops, got her. Look at Naruto Sprint. Naruto Sprint! Where the hell are these people? It says they're over there.
Think you can take me?
Oh, I do. Excellent. My bad, did I get you? Taking arrow damage. Let me up. Nothing like some jump sprint. Straight ninja sprint. What the hell are these peeps?
Open!
Oh, sorry. Did I get you? Trying not to be too brutal, but oh, you want some?
Tell you what.
Check out his. Let's check out what horrible act happened to him. Oh, I got his face. Oh, maximum carnage. Maximum.
I'll kill you if I have to.
Will ya? Oh, I disemboweled you. My bad. So we are basically going to kick the shit out of Mercer Frey. That's what we're going for here. I've been visiting the chat room a lot recent and made some online friends. I'm not going to dampen the good vibes here, but my God, they are suffering from awful treatment. Are you talking about in the World of Tanks? Or just in general life? I'm assuming you're talking about World of Tanks. Yeah, because I'm going to go ahead and say that they just basically, like, so I basically did a calculation. I had 21 perks on a crew, and I had 23,000 battles. You know, not in just that crew, but at some point I probably had 5 or even 6,000 battles on just that crew alone. So we're talking, it was probably like 5 million XP to get 21 perks, and then all of a sudden you sign in and they limit you to 9 perks. And so basically they took away 11 perks from me on my best crew. And here's the funny thing, it costs the same to get 9 perks. I was like, what? You mean in general, it's a chat on YouTube live stream. Oh. How are they? Oh, you mean, are you talking about YouTube in general? Yeah. And I will say that they've eased up on me because I've been blurring stuff that I find or think's not appropriate. Got him. Damn, dude. Looking schmexy with those rib cages hanging out. Here, let me help you. There you go. Schmexiness. Yeah, I've been, if you want to know something, I mean, horrible, like, it's probably one of the reasons why I am the way that I am. If you really want to know. So, there's never been a limit on, I'll just say, if another YouTuber attacks another YouTuber, nobody gives a shit, including YouTube. I'm going to go ahead and say that the Frog Squad, destroyed my YouTube channel and made me look like I had, honestly, I probably could have sued him for defamation, but he lives in a whole different country, so, but yeah, I got pretty screwed over by it. I got pretty screwed over. Pretty screwed over by the fact that the guy attacked me. He stole something I spent 3 or 4 months making, put it on his YouTube channel, and in a day got like 60,000 views. It took me 6 months to get 41,000 views on that video, and it pretty much destroyed my channel. You know, destroyed it. And so I literally got bullied by a YouTuber that had a higher following. If you were to go to the video, which is still up, by the way, if you go to that video and look, you can see those guys were telling him to basically steal my elevator and put it up on my channel. They told me they wish my family was dead. I mean, they absolutely harassed the shit out of me to the point where I just was like gonna quit. And the guy tried to make himself out to be the victim. That was the worst part about it. What a piece of shit. It's okay though, you know, like I could have done more, you know, at the time. Like I should have reported him to YouTube because what he did was wrong. You know? It was totally wrong. How did that miss? Yeah, two of my favorite YouTubers have recently got into a fight, and one of them has quit. Been watching him since 2009. Yeah, it's bullshit. Like, the moment that somebody gets into that kind of thing, technically that's, you know, unless you have a legal business, you know what I mean? Unless you have a legal business, you can't really even sue. And if the guy doesn't live in the same country, it would cost you thousands. YouTube don't give a shit. They're not ever going to give a shit. You know what I mean? Why would they? They make money either way, right? They make money either way. You know? He had over 3 million subscribers, and his total views was 1.7 billion. Yeah, exactly what happened to me, except for it happened to me when I had 31,000 subscribers. And not only did I have that, but I had people come to my channel and basically make fun of the fact that, I'll just say this, that I have a disability. They did. They made fun of that fact, you know, and it would be, you know, sometimes upvoted because I said, you know, try and keep them equal. and then it said like 2468. And, you know, I just said it at the time, you know, try and keep them at 2 block level. But instead of saying that, I said equal. And so this guy's comment on there was literally trying to rip my soul out for no reason. You know, it bugged the hell out of me. You know, it really did. But at the time, it really, really messed with me. But I'm not going to get any compensation. And then on top of that, let's talk about YouTube not giving me partnership status. And what they did was they basically made it, or forced me. They forced me to be partnered with the gaming network, which was taking 40% of all that I earned.
Mercer's been
40%.
I hope we aren't too late.
So if I made $400, they got 40% of that. You know? So they got $40 for each 100 I made, which pretty much... Even my best videos, the one that has like 1 million on it,
we have to catch up.
I only got 40% of what that is. And then they go, oh, okay, well, we're going to get rid of that now.
I wouldn't be surprised if he's left behind a few
right?
surprises for us.
Oh, why are we getting such weird frame rate? I'm going to hit F5. We're going to go ahead and reload this. It's a very odd thing that's been happening. And what I've actually looked online, and I can't find anything on it, but I have the 2080 Super, not the TI, but the 2080 Super. And what I've noticed with it is if we look at the MSI, now I don't use this to touch any of the settings in the actual, you know, in the actual thing, but first off, it's trying to get my temperature up to 84. Now I can hit unlink and lower it to a lower level, which will make my fans run faster, but technically voids the warranty. So long story short is when I go into a room, like I'm not loading anything right now and I'm still running. If you look at, I'm running at 15. So what ends up happening is I'll go into a new area or I'll start a conversation. And for some reason, my graphics card will recognize it as like being in a loading screen. And so the cure for it is to just basically stop playing for a second. You know what I mean? And then restart the game. What mode are you running in the game? Or is there none? Do you mean, so basically, there's nothing that you're seeing that's vanilla. There's not one thing vanilla in this game that you're seeing. Every texture's been redone. I'm using a thing called an EMB, and it's from Boris. He created this. Basically, it's the old version of RTX. I mean, that doesn't really do it justice, but it's pretty close to that. Yeah, he has a new available or update available for it. So that's what makes the fire and stuff look good. But I also have the fire itself being retextured. If it was vanilla, it wouldn't look quite as good. Say that it wouldn't look quite as good. What mods are you running in the game? Or there none? Yeah. So yeah, I'm running a lot. Yeah. No, it should look amazing actually. Like if you look at the lighting in here. And of course, I'm gonna always use 3BB. If you can tell, I have it set a little bit too high, but that's how I like it. I like to see that. You know what I mean? That's what I want to see. Okay, so all right, we gotta. Gotta sneak through here, at least try to. Some of this is gonna be too dark. Like, I can barely see, but...
Wait a moment. What's that? It's Mercer. Look, down there.
Where the hell is he? Oh, there he is. So this guy basically betrayed the Thieves Guild, and we're trying to capture him or get him or kill him. Good physics. Yeah, it's actually, check it out, look, it's, if this was leather, obviously it wouldn't do this, but not only does it do regular, but it also does quite a good job at I'll say the legs move, the tummy moves. You see the tummy moving as well. Everything that should move is moving just a little bit more, which is aesthetically pleasing. You know what I'm talking about? But yeah, it's pretty cool. I did notice something weird, and that is my character is supposed to be stacked. I mean, in comparison, but it looks like my body weight. Maybe the sliders aren't working. Yeah, pretty. Yeah, I'll just say there's a lot more you can do with that. I was just talking about how they have this ESP mod where you can basically grab things and move them, if you know what I'm talking about. But yeah. Yeah, the lighting that you see when you see like a purple and then a green and you see all that stuff going on, and if you look at these, that stuff's it's not stock either. Like everything, the textures in here are 2K, but I'm only running this in 1080, so you know, doesn't really matter.
The size of this place. Have you ever seen anything like this?
Sneak up and see if we can get a power move on this sucker.
Imagine the riches.
Oh, that was nice. Hey, give the man a hand. Did we cut off his hand too? Damn, he got messed up. That's the way I like it, though. Thought you want to see it. Yeah, if I can get up behind one of them and sneak up on them. Yeah, if I can sneak up on them, I can do the sleeper hold on them, or I can do another one. I'll show you what I mean. So, including this being here, that's a mod. And these are all the mods that I have. This is called Violins, and what it does is it makes it so unarmed attacks is a neck break if you get the guy, you know, if you could hit him or sneak up behind him. So we're doing neck break, which hasn't actually been working. So I'm going to switch over to sleeper hold. And we're going to try and do a sleeper hold, except I am going to switch to one-handed because it looks weird when you do it with a sword. Now they're blind. Ouch. That hurt. These guys are blind, so I don't have to turn my light off. Pretty good, I guess. Oops. That's how it's supposed to look. You know what I mean? Like if you do that normally you just stab and you see a little bit of blood particle, but you don't see like a head tear off and fly off into space. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like the guy needs to expand on this and basically make it so you literally cut off their head. You know what I mean? Like if you chop the leg, like if I aim at the leg and I go like that, it should cut that leg. Okay, so I just realized that, let's see. So there is an issue with maximum carnage, and that is if one of these characters that are following me gets hit hard enough, they will permanently basically be exploded. You know, their guts and stuff. They'll just be walking. It happened to Mercer. It was really funny. At the time, it was funny because it's a bug. So if you're actually doing a gameplay... But yeah. Yeah, I just think that World of Tanks should be responsible for, honestly, not being truthful. You know, they lied. They literally lied to us. Yeah, they did. They literally lied to us. They don't even tell you that RNG exists. Not in the game. It doesn't say that, you know, your shells will randomly not hit if I would have read that in the beginning, I would have never played the game. So they're falsely advertising and saying that that's how it is, but it's not like that. Actually, you are not guaranteed to do shit. You know? You're not guaranteed to do anything. So that should drop now. Got one light's on. Now we need to get over there and get the second light. I think it's limited time though. I think we have a limited time to get over there. Yeah, I just sit there and I go, you know, I would not have played it. Seriously, I would not have played it. Oh, it's open now. Okay. There we go. See if we can sneak up and get some sleeper holds on some more fools. You know, I could have swore there was... Oh, there's a guy. This guy right here. See if we can sleeper hold his ass. Nope. He must have detected me or something.
I live another day.
Yeah, it must have been a sleeper hold. Or not a sleeper hold. He must have just detected me. I'm really surprised. It's almost like the sneak's not even working. I mean, we have 100% sneak. We also have the nocturnal.
The only reason he'd do that would be to block pursuit. It must be Mercer. We'll have to find another way around.
Mercer was able to knock this thing down.
Wait, I hear something.
Wow, we killed him hardcore. Like, lagged the game out. Got her. Oh, shit. Damn. Whoops. My bad. It's really weird because it's not recognizing me as not having dual swords. I don't trigger these traps because I have 100 sneak. What's up with this dude? There we go. Die like a man. So is this the way we want to go? Oh. That chat I mentioned, one of my friends attempted to OD the other night. I've managed to talk him into seeing his therapist, and he seemed to be a lot better. So he's pretty stoked. Yeah, you know, I have experience with that, and I will say that if he is an addict, a drug addict, he should try to get into Alcoholics Anonymous.
It's a dwarven centurion.
Not NA.
Very tough and
kind of like
very
this,
deadly.
the way that I was taught. Not that he's an addict, but if you are an addict, the program, the first 86 pages, is all you got to do. Seriously. There, there. Died. Dang, this thing looks awesome. Nah, he's not an act. Yeah, he just has. So I will say that that therapy and talking about it is the best way to go, and to try his. He should try his hardest not to try medication. He should try to not use the medication at all. It is, unless it's like his only measure. Like if that's all he has left. If it's all he has left, if that's his only option and he just can't do it, he could try antidepressants, but they only work for so long. Your body will get used to them, and at some point you will have to come off of them, and they can be worse than any drug, I could tell you that right now, especially the antipsychotics. Some of them basically, just like marijuana, affects a certain part of your brain that you can't fix, unless you smoke weed. That's why a lot of people that smoke weed never stop, truly, because they're stupid when they aren't smoking it. And I'll say my intelligence, was really affected by it. It took me 10 years for my body to kind of start working without those,
Promise is swift but painful.
Consume you.
But that's just me, man. Just me personally.
This is where we saw Mercer.
Nah, he's not an addict. He's a victim of sexual abuse from his father. Yeah, that's so. Yeah, I know. I have experience in that as well. Which I'll say, the best thing you can do is honestly, it does not take that much to take advantage of a child. It doesn't. So the first thing that a child thinks is that it's their fault. And that's the worst part of it, is that you think it's your fault. You think you should have done something better. You should have reported him. You should have done this. You should have done that. And you get stuck in this whole I shoulda. But in reality, all you really need to do is accept what has happened for what it really is. It's you were victimized, but it doesn't make you permanently a victim. Nothing was taken. You were manipulated and tricked. For me, the reality of that, and knowing the reality of that, is what helped me a lot. That's all you have to know. Is you just have to know the reality of it. Now, there's other things you need to do as well. You have to have somebody to talk to, or work some sort of a program of action around it. Like the 12 steps worked pretty well. All right. So yeah, he does. He's doing okay at the moment. So I am pleased for him. That's good, man. Yeah, I'll say me working with people that have the same situation. Some of the things, seriously, like some of the things that you have to deal with are that it does cause a psychological break. It does. Which means you're gonna have to deal with two different personalities. And that's one of the hardest parts of having a chemical imbalance, is there is two sides of you. And the idea is, from what I've learned, I have 15 years of treatment. And what I've learned, like something I wish I would have learned when I was younger, is that human beings, are more compassionate than you might think. If you tell somebody what's going on, they will listen. And that does help. But every time you tell somebody that you've been violated, it can cause paranoia. Meaning, like, I know a lot of people that they would tell somebody what happened to them, and then they'll find a way to make you not their friend anymore. Or they'll say something shitty to try and demolish or pull down the everything on top of them. And it's because, they're in a constant state of trying to protect themselves. It's post-traumatic stress. And they get you, if you spend 15 years of your life trying to protect yourself from being violated, even over ridiculous stuff.
Whatever you want to do.
You know what I mean? Even if it's over ridiculous stuff. Yeah, even if it's over the most ridiculous stuff you could even imagine. Yeah, it really plays with the head. I would say that is one of the worst crimes, in my opinion. I actually did like I was like, why don't they have stiffer, stiffer stuff for that kind of stuff? You know, like if you are a child predator, why aren't there stiffer punishments? And you know what they say, and I thought this was kind of odd, but I mean it does make sense, and that is, they say it prohibits somebody from turning somebody in. So if a child molester was to say, if you turn me in, they will kill me, right? Because it's a death sentence, let's just say. Then the child is less likely to turn him in. So that's why they make the punishment, lenient, more lenient. And I when I found that out, I was like, I guess it should be on the case, you know. But once you do that to somebody, you take everything away from them, everything they're gonna be, you know. There's only a few people that are strong enough to live through something like that and be successful. It takes a real positive person, honestly. It takes a real positive person to overcome that and to just basically power through it with compassion and kindness and love, if you really want to know. But being bitter and resentful and spiteful is, that is the consequences of everything. That's the worst part about it, is that how can you not hate somebody, including I'll say have shame, which a lot of people take as self-hate. A lot of people take it as self-hate, but in reality you can't hate yourself. You can only be ashamed or have guilt, which means anytime you go, you know what, I hate who I am, that means it's not that you hate who you are, it's that psychologically, it's not that you hate who you are, it's you hate what's happened to you or what you've done personally. Because I know people, I've met people, and I know from my own experience that resentment is just straight up poison. It'll kill you. Eventually it has the power to kill you. It really does.
I think they got the message.
Whoa. Textures. Oh, I thought there was a texture problem, but that actually is supposed to be there. Weird. Hey. We're on Mercer's ass now, boy. Yeah. Too right. They are public enemy number one. We need punishment for this sick bastard. I think also I would say maybe mental treatment.
See if you can. Carlisle, when will you learn you can't get the drop on me?
Jeez, what kind of spell is that? Did you cut one or something?
When Brynjolf brought you before me, I could feel a sudden shift in the wind. And at that moment,
I could feel a sudden shift in
one of us end of a blade. What's Carlisle been filling your head with? Tales of thieves with honor? Nocturnal doesn't care about you, the key, or anything having to do with the guild.
I think I used the power of gas. He was like... It almost blew up the whole roof. I don't believe Nocturnal guides me. Let's see, it's not about Nocturnal, this is personal. To blaze with Nocturnal here, I'm here for the eyes. I say we basically try and stay true
then
to our
the shadows
word.
Shroud more than your presence. They blind your wisdom as well.
They blind your wisdom.
Our actions have always been one and the same. Both of us lie, cheat, and steal
I
to
don't lie.
further our own end. It's clear you'll never see this. Instead, you've chosen to fall over. Then the die is cast, and once again my blade will taste Nightingale blood.
Whatever, nerd.
Carlisle?
This guy likes to dual weld, so if we don't dual weld against him...
Deal with you after I rid myself of your irksome companion. Now you're mine.
Bring it! What happened, dude? What happened? I'll take those. Thank you. Nice. Take that. Oh, 500, huh? That's all he had on him? Cheap bastard. The left and right eye of the Foamer, and then, of course, the skeleton key. And he had hella health potions. Alright. I think that's it.
And let's get out of here.
No luck there, lass. Something must
Shadows take me, yeah. Whatever, dude. Okay.
We have to find another way
You
out of here before
looking
the
all
police
banged
force
up. What
reports
happened, bro? Huh? What happened? Filthy swine.
Let's get out of here before we end up like Mercer.
I don't think we can. Look, Carlisle could get out of here. She'd be like, hey, we'll see ya. We have to wait. I remember I did this quest the first time, and I was like, oh man, what do we do? So this is where he got those eyes from. They're humongous diamonds, basically. There was 2,500 in the game, which doesn't seem worth it, but if we, they're like the size of a head. Just humongous diamonds. Yeah, the one I think that you get the most for, but those water particles look like shit. But yeah, the one you get the most for, yeah, like I said, I think it's a crime. I mean, you literally, I mean, the amount of effort and work that it's going to require on a person's part that's had to deal with that, literally, I mean, it disables that person, you know, unless, like I said, unless they're a specific type of person. And unfortunately, most people I know are too negative to, I mean, if you're a negative person and you can't keep positive, that's it for you. You know, you're going to be dealing with that for the rest of your life. Yeah, you can overcome it and all that, but you ain't never going to be at the level of people that haven't had that happen to them. You're going to always be at a disability, and unless you get help from, you know, from, I'll say from, you know, most people that have this happen to them, you know, have nothing. They don't have money. They don't have nothing to fall back on. You know what I mean? Nothing to fall back on. And that
lass,
sucks.
I've got important things to do. We'll speak another time.
I can't believe it's over. 25 years in exile, and just like that, all that remains is to ensure the safe return of the skeleton key.
I didn't know he dual-wielded.
I'm afraid it's not that simple. When the skeleton key was stolen from the Twilight Sepulchre, our access to the inner sanctum was removed.
Filtered.
The only way to bring it back will be through the Pilgrim's
Path.
Yeah,
I think some stuff would probably be picked up by their own filter system.
It was created to test those who wish to serve Nocturnal in other ways. As a consequence,
it doesn't say anything on my stream though, like this was blocked, which it usually tells me.
Brynjolf is needed back at the thief, and I'm afraid you'll have to face the. Take this with.
I'll tell you what, there's no shame in it though.
Entire life,
you know what I mean? There's no shame.
Down. I hope it brings you the same luck.
Tell me about the conduit inside the thing. We don't need to know. We know all of it already. Carlia gave us her bow, I think. Damn, what the hell happened here? Yeah, it probably was filtered. But yeah, man, you know, honestly, I mean, if somebody victimized you, that's the hardest part, is realizing that you were victimized. That's past tense. You're not a permanent victim. You don't have to be. And anybody that had to do it all over again would do it different. And as soon as you can accept that and move on, man, boom. It's like a whole nother life, whole nother world. I will say that you will always be fighting an internal struggle. Like I said, just a psychotic break just happens. Boom. If you could imagine it, it's even worse if it's somebody that actually is like your father. If it's your father, I mean, not only it's like it blurs the lines, you know, or mother, it blurs the lines for that person, to where they can't trust their relationships, because human beings base their relationship upon their parents. You know what I mean? they base their relationship upon their parents. Like when I look to be a man, I look at what my father did, right? But in my case, I look to be a man based on what my father, everything he did was wrong. My stepfather, so I do the exact opposite, and I'm pretty golden. When it comes to my mom, the same thing. She betrayed me in every way you can, including using me as a therapist, and had me so spun out and mixed up. I didn't even know what I was doing. I'm lucky that I survived it. And so it's not one of those things where I sit there and go, everybody should just get better. I'm just saying that it takes a lot of work and a lot of acceptance to realize that you are not alone and you're not the bad guy. It is not your fault. You know, those people were sick. I honestly think of it like this. I think everybody could be anything. They could be a murderer or they could be a doctor. I just think that it just depends upon a couple of things, and that is when I think of a child, I don't sit there and go, that's somebody I could take advantage of. I look at a child and I go, that they're innocent, and they need love, and that to tarnish that would destroy that person, their life. And so I would never do that. A person, I think, getting tempted to do it is what it really comes down to, is that they fail. They fail their higher power, if you really want to know. They fail God. They fail God, and they I think they give in it to their temptations of flesh and lust, and boom, that's it. They don't care. They don't care about the person, and they justify it for some sick reason. That scared the shit out of me. Oh yeah, we ain't gonna need weapons in here. But yeah, the guy is only 15. He's still going on. My other friends is being beaten by his parents. Yeah, that shouldn't happen either. Physical, um, physical violence is proven to just basically do negative reinforcement, which never work.
I don't recognize you, but I sense that you're one of us. The last of the Nightingale Sentinels, I'm afraid. I've defended the Sepulchre alone for what seems like an eternity. We were betrayed by one of our own kind. In fact,
yeah, the parents
I'm
there
to
at
blame
fault
for what's happened here.
If you're beaten at a young age, one of the things that happens is you start to
I was blinded.
feel like you're damned if you do,
Blinded
damned
by
if you
dark
don't.
treachery masquerading
And
as friendship.
that is a very
Perhaps
hard
if I had
mental
been more
struggle.
vigilant, then Mercer Frey wouldn't have lured me to my fate and stolen the skeleton key.
So this guy is the guy that Mercer killed, Gallus.
I haven't heard that name in a long time.
If I'm honest, I'm finding
How do
it
you
so
know
hard
me?
to not get upset. I've spent a few nights in tears. They are only kids. That's exactly the
key.
That's
You
exactly
hid
the
the
point.
skeleton
Like,
key. I never thought I'd see it again.
They can't even tell people about it
And Mercer Frey?
enough that, like, if you're saying I'm getting beaten, they'd be like, well, you shouldn't be doing anything to get beaten. It's like, what? Like, some people just take it out on you no matter what. They'll find flaw in anything you do because that's how they were raised, and they're just basically repeating the cycle of abuse. It's horrible. Like, my mom, justified her father beating her to justify basically giving me absolutely zero affection. Zero affection. Maybe a very callous person, and that alone messes up a person.
That's quite a noble sentiment for someone in in your
Happened
line
again.
of
I
work.
can't help it.
My only
You can
regret is that
actually
you
do
had to
something about it,
undertake
and
this
that is,
task alone.
honestly,
Carlisle?
if
She's still alive? I feared she'd
if somebody's
befallen the
doing
same
that,
fate.
let me pause this. So there are things you can do about that, and one is to bring up, to the person. You would think that they're going to take out more on that person than they did before, but simply setting up the situation to where you can catch it in the act. You know what I mean? Like, if he does something and you know that that person's going to get beat, you need to, if you show up for them in that moment, you can basically, you'll be the bad guy regardless, but you can actually, as soon as light gets put on it, they are now going to be seen all the time. They are going to be watched. So if the children could prove it, you know what I mean? Unfortunately, it's not possible to do in this case. Yeah. What I mean is once it gets brought to light that they're basically doing something terrible like that publicly, like if people know about it, you know what I mean? Like that's all it takes. As soon as somebody knows about it, you know, you can get child services involved, you can get other people involved with it, and even if they don't get caught, they're going to be at least being watched, you know? But honestly, the best thing you could do is get somebody that can do it. What I mean is not everybody that's an abuser can be, you know, beat up. You know what I mean? Some of them are monsters, you know? But I will say that kicking the shit out of them and showing them what it's like, it's another possibility to just basically have a happenstance, you know, run in. I can tell you right now, I know some guy I could pay $20 and he would whoop the shit out of anybody, you know, that you know, seriously. Probably $100 because he's going to go to jail, but you know, just having him kick his ass and then let him know, you know, that's what it feels like, you know, can change, you know. A lot of those people have been beaten by their parents, but once they get humiliated publicly, they'll either lash out more on the child, which will get them more caught than before, or by them getting their ass kicked by somebody and them knowing it's because of that, and then that person saying, if you ever touch those kids again, you're gonna, you know, I'm gonna come back. That's probably, you know, I don't know how that would work out, but I would like to see how it would work out. Let me see. Oh yeah, I don't go to town on them if I could. Yeah, that's the whole thing. You can, dude. You can go to town on them. You know what I mean? You really can. If you confront them publicly and say, you know, I know what you're fucking doing. I've seen you do it. You know, and you know, you could even post it on social media. I'm serious. Post it on Twitter. Tell them you posted on Twitter. You know, they could try and take it out on the child, but you know, it's just going to make it more obvious that they're doing it. You know, and then they're going to be under the scrutiny of the public. I wouldn't want those kids to be in child services, but I can go ahead and tell you right now that my mom and father bought me anything I wanted when I was young, but I was treated horribly. I was treated with no love and no affection. I was treated like I was somebody that, honestly, I never felt like I was their child. I'll tell you right now that I don't think that the foster services would have been better for me, but at least maybe I would have been put with somebody that actually would have gave two shits about me, at least gave enough care about me to at least make me go to school. You know what I mean? At least make me go to school and get me the help I could have gotten earlier. I was just confused. I was confused from a young age. So I sit there and I go, I don't like the foster services because I've heard about how that can be just as bad. But that's in the worst case scenario. In the best case scenario in the United States, we don't have homes like that anymore. It's more of a spread out system, you know, more of a spread out system. But like I said, you know, you can get in just as bad of a situation that way through the foster care or stuff. I don't know how it is in the UK, but over here we kind of got rid of that stuff.
Being up a victim of Mercer's betrayal. Nothing would bring me more pride than to return the key, but I'm afraid it's impossible. From the moment I arrived, the sepulchre isn't merely a... When Mercer stole the key, whatever damage has been caused can only be corrected by following the pilgrim's path to the Evermead and replacing the key.
Okay, so we just need to return the key, basically. There is no no path to follow. We just go straight, pretty much. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, you know, hiring somebody to do it. I know in the UK, dude, there are people that will gladly take some money to whoop someone's ass. So I mean, it's a well spent £100, I would say, just to have that person, you know, get their ass whooped like publicly and to be called out for being what they are is the best cure. You know, the best cure.
Mortal fool! No one comes from the dead!
thought there was 2 of those people in here. I think we just go this way behind this altar thing. There we go. I decided to have a break from helping them for just a couple of days to let myself clear my head a bit, or I will have no strength left to keep helping. Yeah, I understand that too. You have to, if you can't, you have to help yourself. You know?
No one hides from the dead.
If you can't, if you're not taking care of yourself, you can't take care of other people. You know? It's impossible to take care of other people if you're not if you can't take care of yourself. So if you become angry or upset, you know, you become bitter and more and resentful. You know, you become bitter and resentful. Yeah, if you're bitter and resentful, then you're not going to be of help to them at all, or to yourself, you know? And so you'll end up making a problem worse if you don't keep serenity, you know, peace of mind. Yeah, we don't even need to sneak. I always forget that. The real goal is to just stay in the shadows. I remember when I first came through here, this part, I was like, I don't know what to do. Because there's a statue of Nocturnal, but if you look on the left and right, there's some secret levers. Yeah, I tried therapy, and I got taken advantage of by a therapist. Seriously, like I couldn't trust them at all. You know, I want to get a screenshot of that. Yeah, I couldn't trust therapists at all at that point. So, all right. I haven't hit F5 in a while. I better do that. So if you remember, Carlia was telling us that basically that the key that we have, the key that we have can open up, you know, portals. So you get to a place in this where you are just basically there's nowhere you can go, but you can open up a portal to that. Yeah, like I said, you would have to teach the parents a lesson or get them in trouble. And if they don't get publicly, you know, thought out, they're just going to keep doing it, and it's going to get worse. You know, but it depends on the way. If it's just basically them being too stern, then they need to realize that that's too stern. You know, they need to realize that you can't beat somebody into... You could beat anybody into submission. You know what I mean? You could beat anybody into submission. You know, you can get them to do what you want to by beating them, but ultimately, they are going to not... They're going to do the exact opposite of whatever you teach them. So if you're beating them, I'll say inappropriately, these scars you get, you know, are horrible. Completed, follow the Pilgrim's Path and return the skeleton key.
My, what do we have here? It's been a number of years since I've set foot on your world. Or perhaps it's been moments. One tends to lose track. So, once again, the key has been stolen, and a champion returns it to the sepulchre. Now that the Ebonmere has been restored, you stand before me awaiting your accolades. A pat on your head, a kiss on your cheek. What you fail to realize is your actions were expected and represent nothing more than the fulfillment of your agreement.
Anyways, thanks for talking to me about
Don't
it.
mistake
But I
my
don't
tone for
want to
displeasure.
ruin
After all,
the fun.
you've obediently performed your duties.
I'm
to
having
the
fun
letter.
either way.
But we
Like I
both
said,
know
me
this
having to
has
walk
little to
through
do
it
with
myself means it doesn't bring up a post-traumatic event for me now. But if I was having, if I was playing World of Tanks, I most definitely would be more easily triggered, and those things would remind me. And it's because it's almost the same thing. I mean, you have no control, right? You can't prevent somebody from just kicking the shit out of you in the game because of the random number generator. And also, like, there's no amount of skill that can stop you from getting in a game where they are just going to annihilate the entire team within 5 minutes. And it's almost like they just put all their eggs in one basket, and then it just, it's very similar to me. That's why it triggers me, I think.
and oaths and loyalty.
But
It's about the
yeah, my opinion on it is different. Like I had to live
Fear
through
not.
that from
You'll
13
have your
until I was
trinkets, your
19.
desire
So
for power, your
I didn't get
hunger
out of
for
it,
wealth.
and it took me until I was
I bid
27
you
to
drink
really
deeply from the Ebonmere mortal.
be able to confront what had been done to me. You know what I mean? First off, I had to stop using drugs and alcohol. That was the first thing to give me clarity. And I was trying to suppress that stuff, for myself personally. So, like I said, I learned a lot from it. Like, it's diamonds. You would think that being treated like that is the worst thing that could happen, but in reality, for me personally, what I went through has made me a much more tolerant and kind person, ultimately, and it made me a incredible father. Seriously, my son gets straight A's. I haven't asked him to get A's. He does them because he wants to be more than just a construction worker. Plain and simple, Yeah, we just adds some extra unnecessary stress. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
For this is where the agent of Nocturnal is born. The oath has been struck, the die has been cast, and your fate awaits you in the Everglow. Farewell, Nightingale. See to it the key stays this time, won't you?
Now she shows up.
I'm glad you were able to bring the key back safely. I wouldn't take that to heart. It's her way. Think of her as a scolding mother continually pushing you harder to be successful, outwardly sounding angry, but silently content. I assure you, had she been displeased with you, we wouldn't be having this conversation. The circles at the base of the Ebonmere imbue you with powers befitting a Nightingale agent. The crescent moon represents the agent of stealth, the half moon for the agent of subterfuge, and the full moon for the agent of strife. This is Nocturnal's way of maintaining balance.
I wonder if you can get such a game
you can
as
return to the Sepulchre
Porn
and step
Simulator.
onto a different circle.
I actually think they do have those.
You can't reselect for at least a day.
They are just as I'll say as messed up from what I've seen. Because there are people that record them. They basically purchase them and they record them and they put them on.
Now,
I'll say a site that everybody knows. Quotation.
Should the need arise, you'll be
and you can
to the
see the video
Sepulchre in order
games
to defend it.
but the real, I guess the real thing right now, honestly, if you really think about it, is VR, right? You can actually have VR versions of that, which basically means you can interact with your hands. You can even do that on Skyrim, the virtual reality version. You can actually, because you can actually grab things with your hands. If you can imagine, you can grab things with your hands, in just this game alone. And with it being modified the way that it is, if you could imagine, it's probably the closest you could come to it without actually doing it, I'll just say.
I feel like a void in my life has finally been filled. I only hope that this isn't an ending to things, but actually the beginning. Why, perhaps the greatest crime spree Skyrim's ever known. There are pockets brimming with coin and coffers overflowing with riches ripe for the picking. We may
you go through all that honor and stuff,
but
and then
in our hearts we're still thieves, and we're damn good at what we do.
Okay. So we can find out a lot of stuff. So the Agent of Stealth is the one we want.
The Agent of Stealth is the master of remaining unseen. They are able to manipulate the darkness and use it to their advantage. On moonlit nights or in darkened rooms, this agent literally becomes invisible.
Okay, so that must be...
Choose your path, and your journey will be complete.
I don't know which one is which. It doesn't say. Okay, this one says Subterfuge. That's not the one I wanted. This one is... That one was the one we wanted. Damn it.
I feared I would never see you again. I was afraid you'd become like the others.
So they were lovers.
If it were not for the actions of this nightingale, your fears would have come true. She honors us all.
What will you do now, my love?
Nocturnal
No way,
calls
that's
me to
pretty
the
odd.
end.
Yeah.
My contract
I'm not kidding
has
you, though.
been fulfilled.
Will I ever see you again?
When your debt to Nocturnal has been paid, we'll embrace once again.
Farewell, Gallus.
Yeah, you can go to any site and look up VR / and you can see the experience that you have, which is crazy, you know?
Yes, Nightingale? What is it?
Yeah, I stepped on the wrong launching pad, okay?
Farewell. Eyes open.
Yeah, we stepped on this one, so we're basically... I don't know what the half moon is. We got the full moon. You must have a full day before choosing a new one. But we can come here anytime we want to. I don't remember which one is which. So we're just going to take the one we landed on. Go. I won't... I might like it, and I'd rather not. Yeah. Yeah, that it's one of those things. I'll say seriously that I think for a single person, I would say the amount of money that you would need to run VR, the VR version, and then to play the simulator. You know, like there are mods for this that have everything you can actually imagine. It's just you have to sacrifice a lot of the functionality of the game. So what a lot of guys do, from what I've seen, is what they do is they make a version that they play, and then they make a separate version of the game that's basically set up to do, I'll say, the simulator that you're talking about. Let me see. It reminds me of Total Recall. Yeah, except for, you ain't going to feel it. But I will say that I ran across a comment somewhere. I'm not going to tell you where, but I happened to see this comment, and this person said, literally, that a fleshlight combined with the simulator, combined with VR, is as real as you can get. And I didn't actually know what that is till I looked it up, and when I looked it up, I was like, what the hell? Like, there are places where you can get it secretly. So I was like, I mean, I guess if you want to make it as real as possible without actually being with a woman or with whoever, I would say that that would be the way your dreams would come true. if you're that's what you're looking for. You'd need like I don't know, maybe a $1,200 computer, and then the VR itself, and then of course the other stuff that we talked about. Yeah, I'm not kidding. I was just like, when I heard that, I was like, wait a minute, I was like, so you're saying, like, what are you saying? I'm reading this comment. This guy's going into a detailed description of what you would need to make it as real as possible, and I just was like, kind of shocked, honestly. I was like, never thought about that before. I'm married, so it's fine, Like, hey, I don't need any of that stuff. But yeah, like I said, I think it would become some sort of a. It's gotta, I mean, if you're used to seeing the most beautiful and prettiest girls and so on, you know what I mean? And it's all in VR, and although it might not be realistic, no woman is gonna be able to live up to that. You know what I'm talking about? There's no way they could live up to that. Seriously, no way. There's no way. I think we're close to a time where I would say that women and what they've been doing, and I'm not trying to be like an anti, feminist, but I've seen a lot of dark shit going on with women, and I don't blame them because of what's going on with them. But I will say that the dark stuff that you see, going on with women gets transferred onto some innocent person usually, and it's just a cycle that's been going on since, probably since, but I mean, probably since the first human beings. Seriously, you're talking, one person using something to take advantage of another person, whether male or female, and it's been a game that's been going on forever. And some people manipulating other people into thinking there's no other way they can do it but to do it the way that person says.
It's good to see you in one piece, lass. I just wanted to give you a proper thank you.
Well, what I was going to go with this was I was going to say that we're getting close to a time where, that I seen a movie. It was called like Cherry 2000 back a long time ago, and that's the time we're getting into. We're getting into a time where I would say that most women are going to have a very hard time, because who the hell wants to get messed up into some, who the hell wants to get messed up into into a relationship that is just, who knows what the hell you're going to be in, when you could be safe with a machine. Could you imagine that? I mean, it's not real, but is it? I mean, it really depends upon you. If you purchase a piece of equipment that acts and functions like a girl, but not really is one, you see what I'm saying? Like, that's where we're headed, Michael, I've also made another friend who lives near me. She hosts a live stream on a different platform to YouTube, and I'm a moderator for her. I get a kick out of all the weirdos. Yeah. Yeah, there's some crazy shit, crazy stuff.
I just wanted to give you a proper thank you for everything you've
Whoa.
done. What's become of the skeleton key?
There we go.
That's it then. After all those years of helplessly watching the guild decline. But enough of that.
Yeah, I think that movie Cherry 2000, I think that's what we're going to be looking here at in like the next. I mean, honestly, it's kind of underground, but I'm going to say that Skyrim with VR version and with, like I said, those extensions, because a quotation fleshlight, if you will, does everything that you would need to have done while you're in a VR state, which is, I would say, maybe with a micro dose of some sort of a hallucinogenic. I'm talking a micro dose would probably make you feel like, I would say it would be so damn addictive that it's probably why it's behind the scenes of everything. Because if somebody was to actually go through with that to make it the most, like I said, I ran across this guy's post and I was like, wait a minute. So you're using Skyrim VR with all the mods, and then there's these other mods that actually perform. You can go onto any site and look up Skyrim PORN. You can go there and look it up and see how realistic it looks, and then imagine it in first person view with VR, and it is insane. Like I said, it's just a couple steps away from Cherry 2000. You aren't even going to need to have an actual machine in your house. You could just do it, with, like I said, just with that stuff alone, like a 5-part list. Good computer, VR headset, keyboard, mouse, and then the ability to mod your game to your heart's desire, honestly, to your computer's extent. Because you can go and make the game and leave it stock, everything stock except for your characters. And I mean, you can literally imagine. I mean, I'm going to tell you right now that the 3BB body
I'm confident that with
that I'm using has everything that you would need. I'm not kidding, and it actually functions on both sides. Seriously, on both sides of the characters, and that's only to make it as realistic as possible for me personally. But yeah, let me see.
you in charge, we'll soon have
Yeah,
more
there's-
gold than we could possibly spend. That's it then.
All right.
After all those years of helplessly... I'll be down here. If you still feel like... Either way, it's been a pleasure, my friend.
All right, so
Here's to the
now all
future
that
of
we
the
have
guild.
to do,
It lasts another 1,000 years.
I forget what. I could have swore that you were able to pick. Dang, I could have swore you were able to do something here. Oh yeah, you can activate. That's all you can do is get the blessing. So, if we have any diseases that get cured. Okay, so blessing of nocturnal added. So all that we need to do now is talk to Vex. Let's see here, Vex and Delvin. Let's see here. Yeah, I personally wouldn't do it myself, like I said, because I'm married. I don't need a machine, but I mean, I could imagine somebody that's you know, I would say a sick person. It would be very I'd say helpful for them. You know what I mean? If they were into some weird stuff that nobody's into, I would say that you know, it would probably be helpful or beneficial to them to not actually do or feel. I mean, honestly, I hate to use the word simp because it's so looked down upon, but it would help guys to not be such simps. And you wouldn't, you know, I mean, I'll just say if you have something going for you that it's like where you don't need to have somebody in your life, I mean, it gives you a big heads up or a big advantage over, you know, the opposite sex. Just like, you know, women have. I mean, they could just trade you in, you know, in 5 seconds, which is causes a lot of insecurity problems with men. You know what I mean? A lot of insecurity going on there. At least when I was younger. I'm not like that anymore. I'm pretty confident, you know. But I'm also married, so I'm kind of out of the game. I hate simp culture. I'd rather things for regular guys. Yeah, well, I just sit there and I go, there's being nice, and then there's being too nice. And I do think that putting a light on being a simp, you know, in my opinion, putting a light on that, a big, huge light, and going, hey, you ever thought about the fact that maybe you're trying to be too nice? You know? Because there's a difference between being an ass kisser. It's really good for young men. I mean, the word simp, it's good for young men to realize that, you know, just talking to a woman or expecting a woman to reciprocate it when they could just get whatever the hell they want to, a lot of them, you know, it's unrealistic expectations that end up having horrible consequences.
Could a beautiful woman
You
like
know?
you ever see yourself with an old
At least for
codger
my
like me?
personal experience, you know?
Absolutely.
Oh, really? Well then, how can we make that happen?
When you're in your grave, and I'm standing.
So quotation, having a friend
Now
that's a
get out of
girl
my way.
that you actually want to have something with, but you're
Look at
never
the
going to
word.
tell her, you know?
I handle the fishing, numbers, and bedlam jobs. The
Well,
ones with
I
a more
don't mind
personal
kissing a
touch. If breaking's
lady's
a more your
behind
thing,
now and
go
then.
talk to Vex. Most of your job feel like doing a bit of writing. Just keep your eyes open and your mouth shut and you'll do fine.
Hate when you
Let me
get the
give you
quest,
the
they try to
details.
walk away.
Need some gold. Bloody good timing. Sure, I've got a mo... Nice. Yeah, this is what you'll need to know. Pull up a
Um,
seat. Have a
As long
drink.
as the favor's returned. Exactly. That's the whole thing about not being a simp. You know, if you're not getting anything and there's no hopes of ever getting it, then then you need to stop and move to your own, you know, I'll
Great.
say lower
What you
your
wanna do?
expectations a little teeny bit.
Taking an easy job, eh? Well, Just remember
I've
the
tried to
rules.
talk to
Keep it clean.
some
and
people
keep
I've
it
met,
quiet.
over the years
Here's
about
the
it,
details.
and there is no stopping a guy once he likes a girl. But the problem is, I think most men just like the idea that you can be whatever you want to be. Although that's a true statement, the amount of work and luck and stuff that has to go on top of it pretty much guarantees that the odds are not going to be in your favor to be whatever you want to, and it's a kind of an unrealistic goal. Setting a child up to go as far as they can, though, is the best thing you can do, because when they decide, hey, I've had enough and I'd rather just stick with what I have, and do that rather than to say go all the way through school if they even can. At least they've gone higher than most children would, so they'll at least have that going for them. But yeah, if you get involved with a girl, you throw away school and all that. If you're a young man and you become a simp where you're basically pinting over a girl that's, I'll just say, you aren't ever gonna have, and it's wrong of her to use the guy and to not be honest right up front. Just like it's just as wrong of the guy to sit there and try and manipulate her when he probably, honestly, it would save his life if he was to actually just go and find a professional. I'm not kidding you. Not a dirty one, but I mean, they have clean places for that. I'll just say, everywhere has them. It's one of the oldest things that's been going on.
Could I offer you
The oldest, what is it?
You can offer, but
The oldest job. Like, you can go back in time.
Need a few space.
And
Ready
it's
for
the
some work,
first
or you just gonna
occupation.
wander
That's what
around
I'm
all
looking
day?
for, and that is prostitution. I'm not saying you should go get a prostitute. I'm just saying that
I handle the
it would
burglary,
have a much
shill,
easier
sweep,
time
and heist jobs.
with that than
Most
you
of
would
them
be
involve breaking
trying
and
to hook
entering.
up with some girl at
If you
your
don't like
school.
that kind of work, talk to Delvin.
unless
He runs the more
unless you're
up-close
like
and
captain
personal
of the
jobs.
football team and the girl showed interest in you,
Pretty simple.
or if you're
Break into a house. The catch
if she
you ready
showed
for
that
some
she
good
likes you,
old-fashioned
kind of a thing.
burglary? Fine.
But
Here's everything you need to know.
I personally,
I have work. Okay.
I have met
what'll it
girls
be?
that acted like they liked me
Got another
just
personal
to try
score
and
to
get
settle.
something from me,
And
and then when
Alright,
they realized that I
take this
wasn't
and-
going to do nothing for them,
Steal
like
anything
give
worth
them money
talking
or whatever
about?
the hell they were trying to get from me, I realized it was just an absolute waste of time, and I started treating women like trash. And then I started getting more respect from that. And then I sit there and go, I hear this from women all the time. I don't know why guys got to be such dicks. Like, because you don't. When a guy is nice to you, you don't respect that. That's why women don't want a simp. That's the idea behind the whole simp culture, I think. You could be on the edge. Once you have an established relationship, you could be a simp all day. But if you're being a simp before you even get into the relationship, you are not making it far, I think.
Got more than you can handle. I think we have a nice, wealthy... Whatever. Just get it done. Well, you done or what?
There we go.
I bet you are. Which one? Jeet Caravan brought this shop in. Alright.
So I had to
take
get
this
a
and get outta
mod
here.
for this. Seriously, for what we're doing right now, which is to take... We technically have... What is that? 4, 5, 6, 7... We were able to get 7 jobs. So, if you guys want to get the black... the black armor, for instance, the Thieves Guild armor. You want to get the black armor and not the gray armor.
Stick to the rules and you'll end up... I've got coin
You
and
want to
I've
get
got
the black armor
merchandise.
instead of the gray armor.
Let's see what we can do.
You will definitely have to do all these quests to finish the Thieves Guild, at least as far as it can go. Wait a minute. Hope that's not too loud for you guys. Let me... There we go. I want to go here. There we go. Speaking of that, ever since I started the stream, I haven't used the restroom once, which I'm going to have to do. But I'm getting more views now than I have in a long time. I really appreciate you bringing up the topics that you've brought up, Mark. It's actually helping me and my channel, As long as she returns. Oh, okay. That's a old comment.
I've got coin and I've got merchandise. Let's see what we can do.
But yeah, you could, like I said, you definitely see here: fire damage, shock damage, Damn. I was hoping to get... This is, all these are burning swords. I think we already have the burning thing, but we'll go ahead and get that, and then sell the stolen stuff we have. Doesn't look like we have any stolen stuff. Wow, really? Does she take Visa? That's what we're talking about exactly. I'm pretty sure it's a cash organization, but just for instance, there are massage parlors in San Francisco that don't massage your back. I'll just tell you that right now. And then there also are ones that you would not want to go to. But yeah, I would say definitely don't mess with the ones on the street. Like, that's how you get sick. You want to get, ill. You want to go to a place that's got, yeah. I'm saying if you basically, if you haven't gotten your feet wet, I'll say back in the 50s, I think in the 50s, 40s, 60s, Meatballs, the movie. Those guys are a perfect representation of what it used to be honest for a guy to actually pint over women openly, and they weren't thrashed on for it. They would just be like, oh, boys will be boys. Right now, it's shunned. If you're open about the fact that you wanna have sex with a woman, it's shunned. And I'll say there's a lot of stigmatism behind it. And I sit there and I go, I don't think any woman wants any guy to know that about the sympatry, about sympatry. You know what I mean? I don't think there's any around. Seriously. I think most women that are taking advantage of it, not that they all are, because there's good women out there, the ones that are taking advantage of it, that's the ones I'm talking about. The ones that are taking advantage of it, that's where it becomes a, pretty horrible mess. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We only get 7? 4 plus 3. Oh, yeah, that's right. So 5, 6, 7. Yep. Okay, so Riften, Whiterun, Riften, Whiterun, Markarth, Solitude. So they're really mixing it up. You need to have 4 quests done in each hold in order to get a main quest to start to trigger, which can be kind of difficult in this. But I do need to take a step away for a second, so I will be right back. Alrighty. Skyrim and the magics of Skyrim. Okay, so basically we're trying to trigger. I just said it again. Trigger. We're we're trying to trigger a quest so that we can do the main quest. You need to do 4. So you need to do Winterhold 4 times. You need to do a thief mission, and then same with Whiterun, Markarth, Solitude. So we'll go ahead and do that. I can't remember if we have. Should be under magic. So Nocturnal should give us. So this one says people and creatures in the spell area of affected will attack anyone nearby with 30 seconds. Within 30 seconds. That's kind of cool, I guess. It's not the one we want. We want the one where we literally disappear. But we can go back there after 24 hours. In the game, of course. Which is more like an hour. Yeah, like I said, I sit there and I think of my history or my life, and I go, I pinted over a girl, and then got my heart broke by it. And then instead of learning my lesson, just kept moving it on to the next girl, because why would I want to try something different, right? And so I'll just say that I had a lot of success very early on in life, I'll say, with women. And then when it came down to actually having to be something other than just, I'll just say this. A guy started a rumor about me, said I was gay. And what happened was it ended up having a lot of women just out of the fact that they wanted to. And I'll say I don't think it would work that way now. We're talking, this happened in like 1980, 87. So this is a long time ago. So if somebody spreads a rumor and says you're homosexual back then, a lot of women wanted to find out if that was right or not. It might even have been a factor, like wouldn't a girl want a guy that wants to be with guys? That way they could be with more than one guy at the same time, right? Not that any woman would ever come out and say that, but I'm just going to go ahead and say that I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that is, could be a benefit. But I'll just say this: I had a lot of women basically try to prove it, in high school. So it was something that happened to me that was very lucky. But once I got to be 19,
you've come to the right place.
It wasn't like they were just approaching me. And that's what I had learned, just wait to be approached, which made me it made me a very susceptible victim. And because the women had gotten a lot smarter, over the years, taking advantage of stuff, I ended up having to do a lot of extra work to try and get a woman in there. And so I ended up becoming, I'll say, an unsuccessful simp. And then once I learned the lesson of you can't, there's no reason to be a simp, but it doesn't mean you can't be kind. There's a middle ground where you need to basically be upfront with what you want, This is apprentice lock and I'm struggling this much with it. What the hell? There we go. Damn. So that was my experience. Damn. That was a lot of gold. Just like rob them blind. Okay. Quest. One down the road. Okay. Okay, we still got 3 people watching us. 76 playbacks. That's a record, honestly. I mean, 76 people or 25 of the same people have actually left and came back to the stream. So, if you guys have any questions about what I'm talking about, feel free to, like, it's not like this is a unsafe place, So, I think the internet is very, yeah. I could have swore there was a secondary door. There's literally only one entranceway to this location. We're gonna have to wait till night to get that location, I think.
Staying safe, I hope.
Staying safe, I hope.
Huh? What do you want?
So, if
I owe a great deal of money to someone, and I think they cheated me.
Sapphire,
I don't know what to do.
She is one of the... I think she's one of the women you
I was
can
able
marry.
to work out a deal with the
There's
stables
a
in Whiterun
special
sell
way
me some
to
of the
do it.
tack and harnesses. I borrowed some gold from Sapphire to pay for... Now, Sapphire wants her money back, and if I don't pay her...
So if you confront her,
she's
talk
going
to her,
kill me.
and then let her basically tell you her story, which is really along the lines of everything we've talked about in the stream. Seriously.
You will? Oh, thank you.
Okay. So all we got to do is
be careful with
speak
Sapphire.
to Sapphire.
She mixes with all sorts of nasty...
Let's see here. Which quest is it? I'm pretty sure it's just a sub quest, so we just disable these. But she's constantly hanging out, being a jackass to you and to everybody else, and it's because she's got a lot of problems going on. So if you do this quest, it actually makes her nice. So if you get sick of every time you see her saying you got a problem with me,
Yeah.
all you have to
What's
do
your
is
problem?
confront her about being so mean.
Back off. This action's all mine. No room for anyone else in the guild on this one.
So basically what she's done is she basically set up a deal with the guy. Then when the guy went to go through with it, then she basically stole it and then expects her money back, and she stole what he told her about. And then she told him not to do it again, which means she's just being absolutely cruel to people. And it's because of the story we're getting ready to hear.
Why should I bother? I've already made a bunch of coin off of his shipments, so anything else I squeeze out of him would be a bonus. Oh, wait a second. I see what this is. You want me to cut you in, or you'll rat me out to Brynjolf. Tell you what, I'll give you a share right now if you forget the whole thing.
There is now a internet company offering 90 meg for 22 euros a month, about $28. I might find out if I can get it. I was going to say that when, what is it called? When Starlink hits full production and it's out, if it really does, offer, like, I don't really care about the, the download speed. I mean, that sounds amazing, right? Like, that's a better deal than what we're getting. But if you can get better ping, that's going to be the future, is going to be buying internet highways to specific areas. So say you played a game like me, for instance, playing World of Tanks. If I wanted to get a 10 ping, if I had a direct signal from here to them directly without having to cut through 100 people, which Starlink will do, you send it up and then it goes right down. So you're talking, it would give you probably a 10 ping, which means you would no more ghost shells, and that you would actually be able to be competitive. I just mean in games like, say, first-person shooters and stuff, it would be hugely beneficial for you. So I'd rather have the ping than the actual download speed, but, he wants a little bit too much. Not sure if it's 900 upload too. Yeah, I think 900 megabytes or megabits is two different things, but either way, that's a lot. Like Google Fiber came out in Seattle, and I have a friend, and he gets to World of Tanks. He gets like I think 25 ping. If that tells you what I'm talking about, like literally Google Fiber is 1,000 up, 1,000 down, and all you had to do is pay $300 for it. Seriously, a one-time fee. Now the Starlink with Elon Musk, he doesn't have enough satellites to really give you the full capability of it. But from what he says, even if it was a 40 ping from here to the UK, that is still, you know what I mean? That is still a lot. Yeah, almost a gig. If I would try it out, honestly, but make sure I would say this, if it's only 22, you could probably get it on top of what you already have, and then just run it secondary, see how it is for a month, and then either get rid of it, or keep it. 75 is amazing for me. Yeah, I'm getting I think 50. Or no, I'm getting 100. I'm getting 100 megabits, but that basically, the 100, it converts to this. I do 14 actual megabytes of transfer speed is the maximum, and that pretty much burdens my system seriously. So whatever 100 megabytes or bits is not the same as, you know, as say 2 megabits, megabytes, megabits. They're different. It's actually very kind of crazy actually. Okay, let's get her to start acting like a kind person. Let me see.
Whoa, whoa, calm down. Let's just think about this for a moment. You win. Tell Shadra he can forget the debt. Look, I don't really know you. I don't even really know anyone here. Why do you care anyway? It's not like we're family. This is a business.
So, it's not okay to show any kind of, you know, nudity whatsoever on YouTube, but we could talk about in this game, as long as it's the game. If I talk about my own personal experience, technically I could be demonetized, but if you listen to her story, because I guess they made it up, which I'm going to say it happens more than people would like to give it, but let's just listen to her story.
Look, you want to know about me? All right, I'll tell you. I'll tell you about the time I was a young girl, barely out of her teens, living on a pig farm in the middle of nowhere. Didn't have a coin to spend between our entire family. Ate the same slop we fed our livestock. Oh wait, it gets much better. How about the fact that our farm was attacked by bandits, and that they killed my entire family who didn't even brandish a weapon against them? Here's the best part. They took me as a prize and violated me for a fortnight. Tossed me from bandit to bandit like... It's fine. I had to tell someone, I suppose. Carrying around a weight like that, though. It hurts after a while. Cuts you inside like a dagger to the heart. Over time, I managed to gain their confidence. Then one night I grabbed a knife, waited until they fell asleep, and cut their throats. I never returned to that pig farm, you know. There's nothing for me there. So that's my sad story. What do you think? Maybe one day. Just not today.
So I'm pretty sure you can actually marry her if you wanted to.
I hope we bump into each other again.
I am gonna download a mod, but you see how she's nice now? Once you call her on her shit, listen to her story, it helps her out.
Doesn't owe me a thing,
which is
so
which is kind of realistic, I guess. But I mean, it does kind of. I mean, like I said, that's completely okay because it's in the video game. But if we were to talk about this in life, I mean, technically, I'd be threatening my channel. And I'm not kidding about that happening. That stuff does happen. What she talked about, except for usually it's family. It's almost I think there's I think it's something like 70% of the time or something. I could be wrong though. Don't quote me on it. 70% of the time, most violations, what we just talked about in there, happen with somebody that's either close to the family or actual
Any
relative.
luck with Sapphire? By the 8, you actually talked her into it? I don't know what to say. I didn't think anyone in Riften even cared what happened to me. Look, I was saving this, but I wanted you to have it. I thought I might need it if Sapphire came for me, but I don't need it anymore. Oh, goodbye then.
Oh, all right. My wife took my son to the dentist, so I will be right back, you guys. That was weird. I guess my wife must have called while I stepped away. She must have called, and so she was like, said she called at 5:05. So I think that might have been when I walked away to go use the restroom. So she was like, kind of panicked that I didn't pick up the phone. But anyway, so now we're up to 78 playbacks. So now that we've helped Sapphire, I don't know what the hell. I think there might be a thief or something over here. This horse has been fighting these dogs. He was like, "Oh, you want them?" Ran over here. Now there's some bandit thugs. Just die. Yeah, get him, horse. Damn.
No more! I yield! I yield!
Dude. I found some. Let me see. 75 is amazing for me. I found some though. I thought I wasn't allowed. Well, that sucks. This horse was fighting like a mofo over here. Just like ran away too. We were talking to dude, and I seen the horse bolt. So it's fought two wolves off, and killed helped kill one bandit thug. And then these guards didn't even bother to help. That's pretty funny. All right, it's nighttime now. We should be able to. Honestly, we should be able to. Oh, that kill after he surrendered. Yeah, there's no surrendering in Skyrim. The guy picked the wrong day. It's funny too. If you just let him go, he'll just sit there like that, and then you'll run into him. You know, if you go in here and then go back out, he'll try and kill you again. It's hilarious. So it teaches you to take no prisoners. At least not in here. Okay, we don't need that one, so we need to do just the Riften jobs actually. Just for now, anyway. Solitude. Markcraft. Okay, so we only have one more job. It's a shield job. We need to plant some stolen stuff. I'm pretty sure it's this place right here, so 100 sneaks not really helping us here. Oh, it's because of my light. Yeah, can you just keep walking, bro? I've come in here before and they were like eating, and they were just like, "Get out! Get out!" Scared the shiz out of me. Go ahead and do a full save. So yeah, so this is gonna sound crazy. Actually, it's not gonna sound crazy, but so all the way back, we're talking. So back in Xbox 360 days, so 2010, Skyrim comes out. My friend's telling me how amazing the game is, and I'm like, okay, so I get it for Xbox. It's riddled with bugs. I don't know how to fix half of them, right? And I had this save, and it kept crashing and crashing no matter what I did, right? I found a way to fix it, and then I ended up transferring the save to PC version, which then it kept crashing anyway, and so I ended up just getting rid of the save, right? But I had almost every quest done. I just hadn't done the add-ons. I just had some little minor quests to do. But that's as far as you could go, because in this game, the maximum you can have is 64, I think it's bytes, 64 megabytes. That's the max. Anything over that, if your save goes beyond that, it just basically stops working. So, I found a program called SSE Fixes, which, if you go there, the first thing it does is it enables it so you can still get achievements with mods, and it makes it so when you hit the F5 button, it actually does a full game save. Now, I do believe that the auto saves are supposed to be good as well, but I still don't trust auto saves. So, anyway, just letting you know. Okay. That was weird. Sounded like somebody was in my house walking around. Okay, we gotta plant some stolen stuff in here. Yeah. We have some stolen cash for sure. Let's see here. It should be actually under... Should be under... Oh, it's outside. I think it's the wind. I am actually going to go take a look and see what the hell that is, because it sounds like somebody... Sounds like something's falling apart, honestly. So here it is. Stolen silver necklace. There we go. Quest completed. We need... So we actually want to leave out these two, and we want to do the 2 mark hearth. Okay, Whiterun, mark hearth. Okay, so 2 Whiterun, 2 mark hearth jobs, 1 solitude. Okay. So the idea behind planting the stuff is so that somebody will go to prison for at least a day for stolen stuff. And so you basically set them up, you know? Set them up. I didn't know it snowed here. Damn lighting errors. It's always been like this. If you have 2 light sources, right? 2 light sources and then you add a third. Even though these windows aren't actually adding light, they technically are. So with these here, it's too much. It's basically like saying, you know, that it would be too bright. So rather than to have it too bright, it makes it dark. It's one of the problems with Bethesda games. Especially this game. This one's terrible with it. So I would say that the 2 in Whiterun are probably the easiest to do. And then I need to do a hard save. I need to look outside and see what the hell's going on out there.
There's a nip in the air. Cold won't be good for my crops. Never is.
Can you not stand behind me, dude? What do you want to get? You want to get murdered?
I worry
How
about
do you
the
like?
other settlements
Do I
in the
keep
hold.
standing behind you?
Unwalled,
Huh?
lightly manned. Prime targets for those
Huh?
damn dragons.
Make me slap.
I own the Pelagia farm just outside the city walls.
Yeah, whatever, nerd.
Nimriel takes good care of things for me.
Uh-huh. Why is it snowing over here, too? It must be winter now, huh? So I did turn on...
I had my years of war and fighting. Senseless. All of it.
So I
All
turned
want
on...
now, a rake and a good soul.
Let me see here. Oh, no, it would actually be under spells, I think. It's actually called this one. Yeah, let's go ahead and use this. So right now we have seasons on. So this basically changes the climate. Now snow never builds up in Whiterun, so I'm assuming that if everywhere got snowy, then at least we know that it's winter. But it's kind of unrealistic because there's no snow buildup. So we're gonna go ahead and turn that off. And then of course I'm gonna turn off weaker sunlight. Okay. So hopefully that changes it, because it never snows in Whiterun because it's too low in the elevation too. This area never snows, but up here, you're well within it. Let me go check this outside real quick. Alrighty. So I don't know what it was. I think it's my garage, which is not a part of my house. It's just built to the side. It's like more like a shed.
Hello, friend.
Well, hello, friend. Right. Maybe the snow has nothing to do with that mod. Alright, let's turn our light off. Looks like we're being detected by that guard. Once you get behind him, they can't see you if you crouch. I mean, if you have 100% sneak, obviously. 100 sneak. I think this is a bedlam job. It means basically... Actually, it's not a bedlam. It means there's 3... Whoa! Who the hell is she? Oh, it's... What's her name? Like, literally, she was sitting in this chair, walked straight past us, didn't see us. That's crazy. She's upstairs. That's crazy. Sneak 100. Sneak. Who the hell is this? Oh, okay. I was tripping. I was like, who the hell is that? She hangs out at the Bee and Barb. She's like a mercenary for hire. You can like kick her ass, and then if you kick her ass, then then she'll like all of a sudden respect you. So like we're gonna rob 2 places. Who the hell sees us? I don't know if this one's the Bedlam. Now I was gonna install a mod that basically redoes the Children of Skyrim, but I think it makes them look a little bit too it makes them look older. I mean, it makes them look older, and I think it's kind of wrong, honestly. So I was like hesitant to do it, but it does look more realistic, you know, because the ones in here, they really make them look like, honestly, they look like old people. It's kind of weird if you look at them. You're like, they have a kid's voice, but they actually look like they're an old person, you know. So what it is, Heartfire, the 11th of Heartfire, and it's snowing. Okay, let's do a save. A save! And we'll head to Markarth. Actually, let's stop by Solitude. Everywhere you have a house, if you're playing Skyrim, everywhere you own a home is much easier. Like, you don't have to have all these mods that I'm using. I've played Skyrim enough to where the stock game itself is almost like just not good for me. You know what I mean? It's not my thing. I could have swore we should have gotten a sword that we could basically get health absorb and put it on our swords, which then makes them OP. Okay, so I don't know. I don't think I've done one of these in a while, actually. Let me see. The job is... Oh, you know what? I think I might have accidentally activated a quest. Speak to the Jarl of Riften. Oh, yeah. We can actually become... We can become, what's it called now? We can own property there. So, let's see. We are done with those 2 jobs. Now we got Bedlam. Steal 500 goods from Markarth. Retrieve Bulgar's bear claw ruby from Bulgar. Okay. So we have such good sneak.
Please address all questions to the steward, Folk Firebeard.
I'm gonna go ahead and do an F5 real quick. A quick little save, and now you couldn't do what I just did if you didn't have, like, I literally have only focused my stuff on the perks anyway, on smithing, one-handed a little bit, some archery, and then sneak, which we're wearing something that's giving us 110 sneak. But this in combination with pickpocketing, if you have these two, you pretty much, you can sneak up on the enemies instead of having to fight them all and get the super kill moves really easy. Alrighty, got 3 likes. That's more than normal. I'll tell you that right now. Alright, I think we can just head over to Markarth. Yeah, the Bedlam job is kind of funny. There's only one place I know of where you can go, and they never replenish their safe. It's hilarious, and they're supposed to be the richest. Supposed to be the richest people. F5. There. And I also need to. We did that one. Okay. Make changes to the ledger. Tags, whatever. Oh, it's the...
Let me guess. You need it.
That sucks. It's actually outside. Oh, wait a minute. I thought it was in the stables, but I guess I was wrong. Lol. I watched The Strangest movie with, what's her name? Chloe Mortiz, her newest movie. It's so damn weird. The music was weird. Come to think of it, I don't know about anything about it that wasn't weird. I don't want to ruin it if somebody watches it, but man, it was just, the music sounded odd. It just, yeah, it was weird. Where the hell are we going? Okay, so we have to go up here, it looks like, and then the Hag's Cure, huh? I've never even been there, I don't think. Damn rain. There we go. 69 picks, dude. 69. Edit some log in here, and then we need to steal $500 worth of stuff. So $100. There we go. She can make more. Right, well, they're sleeping. I didn't know she worked here. Maria or Marii or whatever. A lot of the female characters in here, are part of the Benjen wives, which is it's actually Benjen NPCs, Benjen war maidens, and then so it basically changes the main characters that you will deal with at some point during your quests. It makes them look much better than normal. All right, so we need to head to the Jarl of Riften. So I'm pretty sure we're gonna become Thane. So we probably should go there first. That way we can purchase our house. Like I said, at the Thieves Guild, they will steal your silver, your gold. They will. So I'm tempted to put, because I know at some point they're gonna steal half. You can catch them doing it. It's just if you're sitting there long enough like this and they come up behind you, aren't gonna see it. You know? Good evening.
What can I do for you?
Tuck in your boob. How about that?
Ah, there you are. I was wondering when you'd visit us again. I've been informed by my steward that you've made quite an impression in the Rift. Several of our citizens have expressed their admiration.
Several of the citizens. After I threatened
Much like
them,
Miol,
strong-armed
you've become
them.
champion of our hold, helping people with their difficulties and providing assistance for their needs. As the Jarl of Riften, I feel it's my duty to honor your selfless behavior by honoring you
Worship
with the
me.
title Thane of Riften.
Thanks.
Before I can present you with the title, there's but a single requirement you must fulfill.
'Tis but one requirement.
A Thane of Riften is expected to maintain permanent residence within the city. My steward has. When the house is yours, return to me, and I will present
you and your
the title.
honeyed words.
Good journey to you.
So all we gotta do is purchase this house and we will be...
Welcome to Mistvale Keep. I'm Jarl Layla's steward. Splendid! There's a house available.
I'll
Wonderful.
take it!
Here is the key to your new home.
Okay, I'm not looking for where. I want to decorate my home. There it
I'll be
is.
glad to help you. There are many ways to improve your home, provided you have the coin. And of
Provided
course,
you got that
don't forget
coinage.
to consult your home decor. Now, what would you
Silence.
like to purchase?
I want to get a porch.
Very well. Is there anything else you'd like to purchase? Very well. Is there anything else you'd like to purchase?
Kitchen.
Very well. Is there anything else you'd like to purchase?
Alchemy lab.
Very well. Is there anything else you'd like to purchase? Very well. Is there anything else you'd like to purchase?
Pardon.
Very well. Is there anything
And
else you'd like to purchase?
We are not going to adopt any children. There's no reason to, but it says replace enchanting lab, which we actually really need one of our own. So we're going to go ahead.
You're welcome in Riften,
All
as
right.
long as you continue to obey our laws.
Ah, there you are. I was wondering when you'd visit us again. You've already taken all the necessary steps in becoming eligible for the title. Therefore, all that remains is to bestow it upon you. I should be the one thanking you.
I am Thane now.
You've solved more problems in the short time you've been here than anyone
All right,
in my
Mark.
court has their
I
entire
appreciate you
careers.
watching, though, dude.
You've been a beacon
And,
of hope. in
honestly,
these
I
dark
think
times for
I think that the stuff that we were talking about earlier really helps out my channel. Honestly, I kind of wish I could do, play a video game and kind of talk about life's lessons and stuff without any consequences. But if I go too deep into something, I technically can get, demonetized, and they'll still run commercials. So it's kind of a I don't actually understand why YouTube hasn't become like television. Like, so you can't put a viewer discretion. They can put an algorithm that can ban anybody's video, but they can't put viewers' discretion up. I mean, just because I make a video that's inappropriate for some viewers, it doesn't mean that there shouldn't be just, instead of just don't do them, why don't they just have parental control? They already have the children's part. So I don't get what the big deal is. They're making other people be punished just so they don't become like commercial television. Commercial television can get away with a hell of a lot more than YouTube does, But I do appreciate you coming, man. And you have a good night, dude.
my people, and I will never forget it. Therefore, by my authority as Jarl,
And the
I
fact that
pronounce
I'm a
you
Thieves
Thane
Guild.
of Riften, and award you all the benefits befitting your station. Congratulations.
Rising above my station. Bam.
Good journey to you.
Happiness 12. Alright, let's go talk to Sonya. She's actually one of the rudest companions you can get. Seriously, she's supposed to be tough or something, I'm assuming. Supposed to be tough. So I do want to check some stuff. One.
Hello, friend.
There you go.
Rare
So she's nice to us. So Sapphire should be in here. I actually am curious. She'll probably still say something shitty, but it won't be quite as shitty. But usually she disappears from hanging out here once she talks to you and hangs out with the Thieves Guild, which is, I guess, good, right? So Sapphire's not hanging out here no more. She might be hanging out on the bridge, though. Let's see. I know once you do it, she just changes location and she becomes a much friendlier person. You know, like if you find her. But here's the honey side.
Don't think you can barter with me like I'm one of those damn shopkeepers.
So once you get... This is actually probably one of the better homes for the price. It's 8,000 instead of 25,000. But you also get her...
The Jarl has appointed me to be your housecarl. It's an honor to serve you.
Yep. Let's see here.
As my Thane, I'm sworn to your service. I'll guard you and all you own with my life.
She ain't joking either.
The Jarl has recognized you as a person of great importance in the Hold. A hero. The title of Thane is an honor, a gift for your service. Guards will know to look the other way if you tell them who you are.
Yeah, like when we got caught sneaking around in Markarth, and we were like, I'm Thane. He was like, oh, I'm sorry, Thane. Okay, so I'm gonna give her the the non-light version of this armor.
I understand.
But I am going to do this just in case it does a weird... I've had some glitch, I'll just say.
Excellent. I think you'll be glad that you made this decision.
Where you could see right through for a sec. Blades, Daedric, Dragon Plate, Dwarven, Ebony, Imperial, Iron, Steel. Steel is what we want to go for.
Thank you. I'll be sure to put it to good use.
So heavy armor, steel. Here we go. The side plates are missing though.
All right then.
Oh man, look, that one's screwed too. We probably need to redo it really quick. That sucks. She's also wearing Imperial gauntlets.
I am your sword and your shield.
Okay, so F5. Yeah, Lana. Is her name Lana? I would assume if you were to marry your housecarl, that would be pretty unacceptable, honestly, in those days. So we are going to go to the non-light version. Apparently, when I did the copying of this and I transferred the bone weights, I didn't transfer these correctly. So they are basically, I deleted the extra spinal stuff you need for it. I must have deleted it. As you can see, it's actually barely showing up on there. As you can see, it's all screwed. So basically, these are called vertices. I think that's what it's called, or verticals. Let me go ahead and do this. Let me see. There we go. So the verticals are these things. It's like a spiderweb mesh. Now you can get, these are called polygons. You can get higher, concentrated polygons, which gives you much more. I'll just say I have some armors that have it built in, but if you look at these, if we look at the actual, I think they're actually, it's part of the skirt. You can see that there's something weird going on with it. Do you see how some of them are like kind of not connected and stuff? Like it looks weird. And then the polygons are very strange looking, right? So anyway, when I added weights to this, it basically is being, it thinks it in game, because the weights are improper, it believes that these don't exist. So when you get too close to them, in order to save processing power, for some reason, it thinks these things are like trees. I don't know what would cause that, but I think it's because it's a part of a BSA file, which we had talked about. Now, don't leave. I'm only going to spend like 5 minutes doing this. It's really easy to do, actually. So all I need to do is go. So I took and unpacked the BSA file, which contains the textures for this mod, but we just need to grab the heavy armor cuirass, this one. So we're going to go ahead and replace the in-game one. So copy. And then I just go where it's located, which would be under data, meshes. This is what holds the shape and keeps that data stored. So when the original person copied this armor over, they deleted all the armors, which is what you're supposed to do. You delete all the bone weights, and then you're supposed to add new ones, and it's supposed to work out. But the original mod author probably used the creation kit, and so there's probably, when he converted it over, there's probably an issue that you can't see unless you add on these body slides, and then you start seeing the errors, which means you cannot copy the shoulder pads weights, and you cannot copy the skirt weights. If you do, then you'll end up having the same problem where you have missing verticals. So we just need to go to steel here, and I'm going to replace them with the original untampered versions, right? So we go ahead and hit paste. Replace these two. So the heavy armor cuirass. And then all I have to do is go open up this load project or load outfit. And then we go to that location again. Data, mesh, and then armor, and then giga whatever the hell. And then we want to go ahead and open the zero cuirass. Okay. So basically all we want to do is the zero cuirass apparently has not been replaced. That's not good. I could have swore we just replaced it, didn't we? I see paste. Maybe maybe I actually converted it in the actual mod itself. It's not good. I don't think so anyway. I'll have to check that real quick just to see. Go ahead and open Outfit Studio. And we'll check out this light crass. So yeah, we copied it, but for some reason it's not being detected. Oh, that's why. Wow. We have to go to actual steel armor. My bad. My bad, you guys. We were opening up the wrong one. Okay. Clear that out. That was my bad. It actually did work. I just had it on the wrong one. So the steel armor replacement by Giga Duix or whatever. We just have to open it up, and it should be the CBB body. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so now when we copy, we just don't want to copy the skirt, this thing, or the, what are they called? Paldrons. So we only want to copy the weights to this. So all we have to do is load the Uniboob reference. We can get our weights on here. I'm going to go ahead and copy bone weights. There we go. Copy those bone weights. And then we just need to check to see if there's any unweighted verticals or vertices. I don't actually know which one it is. Okay, now we can go ahead and remove that. Go ahead and add the 3BB body. Whoa, that was weird. Oops, we screwed up. Let's go ahead and drop that. I screwed up. My bad. I actually added the project or loaded the project instead of adding it. So I kind of deleted my work. So let me go ahead and do load project as, no, we want to load reference. Man, I'm getting burnt out. When you load reference, it automatically replaces the CBB body with this one. So now we just need to do the armor. That, actually, we don't want that. And then, of course, the clothes, the skirt. We don't want to copy any of the weights on that. So we just hit copy bone weights, like so. We already know that it's been copied correctly. We can go ahead and delete that. Add project, 3BB body. Right, like so. Everything should be set to go now. We just need to double check to make sure. Yeah, so we got this and we got this one. And of course, the all-important one is to keep these from getting messed up because they're part of the armor. So, as long as you don't overwrite the pauldrons or this skirt part, then it works out fine. So, now I just need to form it. We're going to go ahead and do a decrease of mesh here. Yeah, I actually haven't been able to figure out why exactly this isn't fit properly. Like, doesn't make any sense why it's not fit. Okay, there we go. See, is there any other places popping out? There we go. There's a place. Kind of want to get rid of that area. Okay. So now we can do the, go to decrease the 7 base body by, we're going to go minus 30. Minus 30. Let's actually go minus 35. Minus 35. Okay. Then we're going to go ahead and hit set base shape. And then that should be good. So I don't want this to have physics on the top. So we're just going to go ahead and get rid of the breastbones. And this will basically just make it armor with just booty physics, basically. So we just hit save project as 3BA. And then that should replace our existing with the new one. Okay. Go ahead and close it. And then we just need to grab the 3BA version like that. Preview it. Make sure it's okay. Everything looks fine. I'm going to go ahead and hit build. Right. I actually forgot to do this. There we go. Okay. So that should fix any problems we might have. So let me go ahead and start this. Every time I pick this up, I lose everybody that was watching me. So I think that we are going to just complete these Mark Hearth quests, and then I'm going to go ahead and go back to the Thieves Guild to get more. We'll turn them in, and then I'm going to go ahead and end the stream just because I've been going for 4 hours now. So, yeah, we just took a brief detour to fix some in-game armor that I honestly don't like it when I see armor plating disappearing and stuff when you get too close.
Honor to you, my Thane.
I don't know why she has Imperial arm guards, but I guess it doesn't really matter.
Honor to you, my Thane.
So let's... What is up with her eyes?
Honored to see you again, my Thane.
They look weird. I think that's funny.
All right, then.
Okay, so let's just check this armor real quick. So no chest physics, which is good because it's steel plated, right? But we got the all-important leg and booty. No movement on the armor plate. The stomach moves. That's what we want. That's good. Okay, nice. Right, her eyes look okay now.
What do you need, my Thane?
Look at that. When you get too close to her, they look all crazy. Weird.
Long life to you, Thane.
If you grab something and throw it in your own house, she'll say to you, like, she'll say things like, "Why are you doing that?" Or, you know, something asinine. Alright, man. See you later. See you later, Mark. I know it's a little late. I kind of missed you there. Alright, so we've come back here. We've done all our quests, I think. Yeah, we got our numbers job, Bedlam. We got all these to turn in now. Okay, nice. Locate the quill under Lake Herman. We don't actually need to do that because we killed the dude. His debt is his own. Hey, look at how damn good it looks.
I have them all.
Look how good this looks. It looks delicious. Hey, look at these textures. So I'm not using 2K, but because these are 2K textures, if you can only see how bad it is if you get up real close. But from distance, 2K versus having standard vanilla, you can really see a difference in it. Especially when the blur comes in, the depth of field. Okay, so the Thieves Guild entranceway, or secret entranceway is right. Yeah. Yeah, the guards are all paid off, so we don't have to worry about getting caught or anything. But yeah, we're going to turn these in, and I'm going to go ahead and end this.
Want to talk? Go ahead. Look, if I was a little harsh before, I just want you to know it's because you were new. Know what I mean?
So now she's
Want to talk?
your best buddy. Yeah, if you ever want to make Sapphire nice, you just got to listen to her and then get her to stop torturing that dude. You know, like, nobody's going to want to do business with you if you're, you know. Yeah, nobody's going to want to do business with you if you're doing, you know, if you're double crossing your own clients, you know? And she's only doing it because she needed somebody to talk to about what happened to her. So calling her on her stuff, basically, and putting her in place.
Pull up a seat. Ah, you're back. Here's your share. Well done. Here's your share. Well done. Good job. Now, here's your part of the deal. I handle the fishing. If break-ins are more your thing, these marks keep their ledgers up. Keep this up, and you'll be rich enough to retire before you know it. Good luck. Still have quite a good bit of jobs available, if you're looking for some extra. All right? Anything? Sure. I've got a... Now, that's what I like to hear. Off you go. So, what can I do for you today? Great. What do you want to do? I always have bedlam jobs. Just keep your eyes open and your mouth shut and you'll do fine. Let me give you the details.
Alright. Now we just need to turn in our quest with Vex. It is possible to marry her if you're actually trying to. I am going to get a mod and I'll probably install it at like when we get to that part. Because I'm not planning on
out with it.
Marrying
Time
any
is
of
money.
them or becoming couples. But they have a mod where you could just have unlimited, you know, we can make it kind of like a quest to marry them, because you have to meet some of them in a special place, or you have to wear a necklace, and then you have to do something nice for them to get them to want to be with you. It's not like in real life, but you can actually have companions and stuff. So
Fine. I guess you'll need your coin then. Here's your gold. Try not to spend it all in one place. And with no strings attached. I suppose you want your share now. Here you go.
nice.
I handle the burglary, shell, sweep, and heist jobs. Most of them involve breaking and entering. If you don't like that kind of work, talk to Delvin. He runs the more up-close and personal jobs.
Let's see here.
When a client... We send you... Sound like you can handle it? Here you go. Hope you don't muck it up. So, feel... Okay, what'll it be? We've actually stolen this item before, and somehow it end... Here you go. Hope you don't muck it up. Steal anything worth talking about? I bet you are.
Now, technically, once
Which
we
one do
do
you
a
want?
special quest, you can just stop doing whatever one's for that city. So if we do a special quest for Whiterun, for instance, and we get the special quest, then you
Someone
can
with
just
connections
quit
to our
any
guild
job,
wants us
but
to hit this
I've
place and
found
send a
it's better
message
just
by
to keep
clearing
the job
any
and don't
valuables.
do it.
You want to handle it? All right, take this and get out of here. Back with good news, I trust?
All right.
Okay, what'll it be?
So, more in Riften.
Sure. A client's relative. Here you go. Hope you don't muck it up.
So let me take a look at this before we stop. Okay, so we have Riften. This should be our last job in Riften, but I can't remember, honestly. I don't remember if I think you could do as many Riften jobs as you want. It has to be the last one, I think. So you end up doing all the other ones, and then you do the Riften city last. I don't think it matters, so it's probably just going to be extra gold for us, which we don't really need. So this one's in Solitude. This one's in Solitude. Whiterun. Retrieve. Windhelm. That's our first job in Windhelm. And then Markarth. So it looks to me, honestly, like once we do these two, we could turn them in, and most likely we should get the Riften. I actually am tempted to do it now, but I want to wait for you guys to be... so I'll wait till tomorrow, or maybe... I might not actually be able to stream tomorrow. I know I say that a lot, but I've been trying not to go over my bandwidth. So my internet company recently went, hey, guess what? If you go over 1,200 gigabytes in a month, then we're going to charge you $5 for each 50 after that. And it doesn't matter if you go over 1 gigabyte or whatever. You might as well use the 50. But I was hoping, honestly, that since Biden's in it, maybe he could get the net neutrality back so that they can't do that. Or switch it to make it so that internet providers have to use it as a utility type thing. Where, I mean, if they're going to charge you for what you actually use in data, which is what they're doing. They're trying to make it into a utility, but information's information. If you're storing something on their site, I could understand them wanting that, but they're not storing it. They're just they're selling you and giving you stuff, that you already have. So, yeah. Anywho, I do want to end this stream, but I forgot one of the most important things, and that is, I want to put these armors that we have, the ones we're not using, in the Riften home before we take off.
Yes?
Yeah, I'll say it's quite fun if you play Skyrim and you go through some of them. If you do them all the way and complete them, you'd be surprised at how adult and how some of these quests are, I'll say, a little bit too big. Like they cover a lot of issues. And if you think about 2010, them covering these issues, like the abuse that Sapphire suffered, that stuff would have been hella common in this kind of an environment. Would have been pretty horrific. Make some bitter, evil people. All right.
Honor to you, my Thane.
The color is weird up in here. Oh, look, smoke on candles working. Her eyes look
Honored
insane,
to see you again,
though.
my Thane.
It's because she's taller
Huh?
than us. I made my character about 5'8". So
Good to
she's
see
a good
you.
6'1". We're technically a short Nord. I should fix it, but anyway. So we have these two. Yeah, we have these two here. Now, something I wanted to tell you guys is that I installed a mod called Mannequins that made these mannequins into females. I uninstalled it, deleted the entire game, started a new game save, and here they are. Now, I also deleted all my old saves, so how is this still female? Just going to tell you, like, that is some strange stuff. So, I'm going to go ahead and put my Nightingale armor on this mannequin. Yeah, there we go. Now you can technically use another mod. Did you hear that? That was weird. Straight up heard somebody through my left microphone. Probably getting some interference from somebody. Okay, so Thieves Guild. We've never worn it, but like it. Yeah, there is a craftable mannequin thing too, but the clothing never stays on the characters. But I do want to say that I think we've done everything we could do today. We could technically take some of the Daedric weapons we've earned if we wanted to and hang them up. Like, I'm not going to be using the Sanguine Throws. Most likely not going to be using these other things, either the Spider Rod or any of these. So I think I'm going to go ahead and put this here. There we go. Go ahead and put, I think I'm going to keep Moloch Ball's thing here. Blade of the Rift we can put up here as well. I'm going to go ahead and just put staves here. Sanguine's Rose. I actually think we should probably keep the Daedric weapons. I think we should keep them. It's just, you never know. I mean, there are some really deep quests we're going to have to go into. You know? Okay, so this one is the Absorbing Health. So this is what we actually want to have on our swords. So I'm going to basically hang up, you know, the swords we've used so far here. So basically, I don't have an enchantment on that one. So I'm going to put this sword up here. There we go. That's my legendary Epic Skyforge Steel sword. Okay. We'll go ahead and get the Blade of the Rift. And then, oh crap, this is the one we actually wanted to put up. Oops. Yeah, it's not putting up the sword we want. Let's just put it down here. There we go. Take this one back. Alright. There is this sword as well. Burning Sword. Steel Sword of Scorching. Might look cool there. I'm going to say this one would probably look good too. I think we actually want to... I don't even think you can... Yeah, it's not even it's basically what's his name's sword, but his sword had Soar Absorb. There we go. So 3 swords there, looking cool. We could technically use the bookshelves. We could put other stuff here if we want to. Like, this is where the staffs look good. So if we were gonna put staves here, like these two, but I like to keep the Daedric weapons on us. So Sword of Scorching. When a weapon rack is active, you place the current weapon. Yes. There we go. Okay. So kind of get rid of some weight, right? So we do need to get another sword, which we can craft at the thing and add our enchantments to it. We want to do soul absorb now, which is going to give us ridiculous amounts of stuff. Elven bow. We can sell this as well. We can sell this elven bow. We have the nightingale sword, which does need to be. It's pretty OP with the enchantments, but all right. Let me go ahead and grab. Yeah, we might as well go craft ourselves some new weaponry.
Good to see you.
Now, I have given this sword to NPCs, and they will steal every kill you get. Hey, what's she doing outside? Hot.
Got to thinking. Maybe I'm
Super
the
hot.
Dragonborn, and I just don't know it yet.
Look at that view. Man. This is what happens. This is what would happen to your retinas. Retinas burned out. Nice. Nice. We still haven't found this guy's fire salts. Go ahead and enchant this stuff that we can. And we'll sell it. Except for the nightingale. And the nightingale bow, of course. Yeah, we'll sell this one. We don't even need it. Okay. Anything else? Okay, no. We can't do that though. We need malachite for that sword. Or for this. Oh no, it's whatever that is. Oricum. Get that shield.
Come to see Balaman, the finest weapons and armor.
Alright, we're gonna sell the stuff we don't want. So armor wise, we don't need this. I thought this was gonna give us something we could de-enchant, but apparently we could do these enchantments, so we'll get rid of that. And then I do want to get rid of this Nordic Oculum, and I'd like to get something else with it, so we'll trade it. And then we can go ahead and get rid of the Elven Bow of Blizzards. Yeah. Okay, I think that's pretty much it. Yeah. Now we haven't actually put. I think her name is. I can't remember her name. She is Apollos or something like that. Prothis or something. She's a necromancer from Solitude. We haven't actually done that quest. I was kind of afraid to do it because last time I did it, right after we started having all kinds of problems. So let's see here. So we have the Nightingale bow does 29 damage. This one only does where is it? Does 31. So if we were to get, it's already enchanted as well. Does freezing damage plus shock damage. So it's pretty OP. If you know, it's only 2 down from this, but this one doesn't even have an enchantment. Okay, so we can go ahead and craft ourselves the epic Skyforge.
The Forge knows the
sword.
difference.
You guys don't know it. It's the only mod I've ever made. Hey, look, they have a bone sword. We can make a bone sword? I didn't think we could do that yet. Anyway, here it is. Epic Skyforge sword. Okay. Go ahead and craft that sucker. So now we have 2 of them. Alright. Gonna go ahead and make it epic. Alright. Got it. Okay, so now we can go ahead and do a... Go to our house and do an enchantment. And then I will end the stream. Literally 21 minutes after.
Good to see you.
Alright. So I'm thinking we do dual soul absorb on these. Okay. It shows these are the only ones you can disenchant. That's weird. We want to enchant though. We want to take this. Now, eventually we'll be able to do dualies on this. So, Epic Skyforge Sword with Absorb Health 11 points. We want to also make sure we're using a Soul Gem. So yeah, Soul Trap is a good one to replace it. So if you kill somebody, which you will be doing for sure. One only does 8 health, huh? Oh, 11. Absorbs 11. Okay. Enter. Alright. We can rename it, but I'm going to go ahead and just keep it. We'll hit Craft, Macaroni and Cheese. We'll grab our next Epic Sword, and we'll do the same thing. We'll put... Or we could put Soul Trap on it, which means there's no point in putting away the other one. I think that's probably the best thing to do is put Soul Trap on it so we can continue filling up these. If a target dies within 5 seconds, fills a Soul Gem. Yes. What if you... Okay. Go ahead and craft. Oh, we need to pick a gem. There we go, Soul Gem. Okay, I think we could probably craft up some other stuff. Like, we're going to need to get into... let me see here. Craft. We're going to eventually do a quest where we're going to need fine clothing, but we're going to want to have it enchanted with something. Healing rate maybe 10% faster. We could do a duel, 5% stamina, health for 20 points. It increases health by 20 points or healing rate by 10%. I think that's probably the same. This one says regenerates 9% faster. So let's go ahead and add that to this because we will need it. All right. Craft. Okay, once we get Sneak, I'm hoping we get Sneak soon, actually. So we can do light armor, 8 points. Fortify health, increases by 20 points. Heal rate. I think we should probably do that. That'll help us out. Alright. Then, of course, the enchantment helps increase our skill level, so that's good. So I don't know what we should do with these. I left this open for the armor we're wearing so that we could put on some other stuff, but we can increase our pickpocketing skills, which is I mean, honestly, it's not 100%, but increases shock resistance, increases fire resistance, fortify stamina. Guess we could do that. Just for the experience. These are relatively cheap to craft, so other than the soldier. But there we go. So level 28. Okay, so most of our stuff's enchanted now. Should make a big difference. Alright. Okay, well, I guess I should save here. Go ahead and F5 that sucker. There we go. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed this. I got 86 playbacks. That means almost 100 views, which is pretty damn good, I'm going to say. That's the most I've ever had, honestly, in a live stream. So, anyway, hope you enjoyed this, and I will catch you guys on the next one. Peace.